This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's yet another big debate night. That's why we're on early. This one's a weird one. This is the Maryland Senate debate between the Democratic nominee Angela Also Brooks, the Republican nominee former Governor Larry Hogan. It was actually taped earlier today, and it is premiering at 7 o'clock. Don't ask me. Also, I think I had it as a different day on my calendar and just happened to see the news for it. I had it as October 23rd, but according to the local news station, this is the one and only debate filmed earlier today. For some reason, I had it as October 23rd, but we're watching it tonight. Because this is Debate Central over here. Looks like we could watch a Oregon debate tonight. Oregon's 5th District. We'll see if that's on after we finish the Maryland Senate debate. Fuzzy Simba, Ponder Monkey, M Lord, good evening, welcome in. Where's my warlord? I feel naked without my warlord. Lyman Beans, welcome in, my friend. 5th District in Oregon should be a wild one. Or are you telling me we should watch it then? That is Representative Janelle Bynum. State Representative Janelle Bynum. The Democrat challenging the first-term Republican Representative Lori Chavez de Remur. So, Republican in the office, Democrat looking to flip the seat. Here's your meme of the day. Climate change isn't real. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh shit, check this out what it's saying. September is over, but they're still matching subs. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Sometimes the truth hurts. Also send me that meme, please. It's a good one. It's a good one. We will attempt to watch the Oregon 5th District. Apparently they're going to have another one. Had one already. Princess Kimberly, good evening. I mean, it really drives the point home. After we finish the debate, we're going to check in with the debate. Well, I guess we got time to do it right now, don't we? The death toll is rising. Go to News 10 out of Tampa Bay. Surveying the damage following Milton making landfall last night as we were on stream. That was wild to have the second hurricane make landfall while I was on stream. In as many weeks.
Be back in here as we can kind of get a survey of the damage that we're seeing out there. And as we expected, as we were kind of coming on the air this morning very early, and it was very dark out, but the lights started coming up and we started to see that this is, the hurricane that everybody promised.
Yeah, it certainly is. Reaching out to loved ones, friends, and family, too, and getting a look for the first time outside myself. We've been watching the video play out here. We're in our backup hurricane studio here because we were in an evacuation zone.
They probably stitched multiple news reports together, so we'll go to
a 1-2 punch for them.
It really
later on in the day.
We've just been driving down Bradenton Beach here, and I have to ask our escort. He came down from St. Johns County.
We're 5 minutes away from the Maryland Senate debate. Frag, good evening.
is Milton, guys. You can see
Welcome
the
in.
damage that
God
took place
damn.
on Bradenton Beach out here on the island. So much devastation.
I am not high enough for this
It
shit.
really looks like it went through a blender. That's how much damage is inside.
Wanna put my tender heart in a blender. I'm sorry.
Just down the way, you can still see so many of these homes already without windows and doors. And now that was not Milton. That was Helene. So that just shows you kind of the reality of what the island
Also, Curiouser, you're welcome to come get
devastation that
you
they've
some
had
of
in just
whatever
the
I've
past
got.
couple
No, you
of
said you're
weeks. I want
good.
to say that everybody out here right
I think
now,
this is peanut butter
they know,
gelato.
the
It is
National Guard
really
out
good.
there.
It's
I've
top
seen
notch.
People from all over the state of Florida. I just talked to one guy who came down with a state task force that helps communities rebuild, and they thought they were only going to be here
He has
for
never
14
used a
days
blender.
after Helene, and now of course Milton is in the picture, so their stay has been extended. But emergency crews are out here. They are working to get this island back up and running because right now it is closed.
I was pretty busy today.
to
But, you know, you could have.
Unfortunately, I know on the other side of the bridge on Cortez, there are actually residents lined
Anonymously,
up right
good
now
evening.
to get back on the island.
About
But when
4
I get
minutes
back
away,
I'm
the
going to
Maryland
let
Senate
him
debate
know that the chief of police
between
has
the
told
Democratic,
the island will
it's an
not
open
be
seat,
open for another day
Democratic
or so because there is
nominee,
so
Angela
many
Osso
down
Brooks.
power lines out here that it is unsafe, that they need to get those removed. They need to get the trees removed. They need to get the debris removed.
Republican nominee,
had from
Larry
Helene.
Hogan.
Helene was storm surge. Then they had all of that debris
Democonius.
out of
Did I say that correctly? Welcome in,
Debris
Jim.
just was not picked
Or
up,
Jimmy.
not all of it. So now that was all spread from the wind that they saw out here. So they're getting that.
Glad to have you as a
They're hoping
freaking
that
follower.
This island will be
3 minutes
open to
away from the
residents
Maryland
the
Senate
next
debate.
day or then this community is going to rebuild. This community is resilient, guys. We've been saying it all morning. They will rebuild. They will be back because that is what this community does.
Florida strong, we keep saying. Those strong winds behind you, though, that's still some rough surf, Jen. But it kind of a sad, bittersweet reminder of just how beautiful our beaches are there, too. So picturesque behind you, but obviously so devastated after these storms. I'm seeing the workers around, and I think the home that's right there on the corner, right in front of you there, it looks to be like maybe just a total loss at this
Was
point.
this
Pushed off its foundation.
Ben Carden's seat?
Oh, 100%. And unfortunately, I think many of the homes out here are at a total loss. I think the numbers we were saying from Helene on Bradenton Beach was 95% of
Well, Jim, glad to have you in here. Can you tell us anything about this race? How
lifeguard.
how are you feeling as a Maryland resident?
I'm
I'm surprised that Hogan, a popular Republican governor,
out here, it's kind of unimaginable until you see it first.
had been trailing in the polls, making a run at it here in the last month.
That has just
They have tightened. I believe also Brooks is up by
But again,
a couple of points.
she's telling us that after
Last I
Helene,
saw.
they had already gotten the 7-Eleven back open out here. Gas
Well, thank God they got the 7-Eleven open.
already in that rebuilding process, so they know how to rebuild. Going to love
We're really focused on this one house here.
Area, and you can see one of the biggest problems is these trees either fell on homes, cars, and power lines as well, blocking roads.
So what you're saying is this should be a really good debate then.
Power, and this is going to be the toughest part for power crews.
For those of you in my chat, this is a blue state Republican governor.
Much longer restore.
So I wouldn't expect him to be as batshit crazy as
It's just trying
other Republican candidates that we have watched in Senate debates.
But this is a great
I
site.
was just going to say some good news here, some silver lining.
You know what? I should have showed you Anderson Cooper getting smacked in the face
Right now, traffic moving
before we started this debate.
I see a little debris on the roadways there, so take it easy as you cross, and take it easy on the roadways across the whole area, because as we talk about those
Hey, let's get this
trees,
in.
really widespread across the Tampa Bay area with wind.
Anderson Cooper was live on air.
This is the winds have really picked up. The water's really moving. You can get a sense of just how fast the wind is moving there. You can see it in the light there. It is now just whipping off the Manatee River. It's coming in from kind of the north, I guess, northeast, and the water now is really starting to pour over. If you look at the ground, whoa. Okay, that wasn't good.
We had talked about debris becoming
Shortly, but
projectiles.
the amount of water here on the ground. This is water from the Manatee River. It's also water coming from the land as well. But as you, I don't know if you can turn, Neil. Take a look.
The Maryland Senate debate kicking off at 7 o'clock. This was actually filmed earlier today, and they are showing it tonight. Not usually how we do debates. We usually watch debates live. I don't know whose campaign made this happen. I feel it's kind of odd. We're joining the YouTube countdown for the start of the Maryland Senate debate.
Good evening and welcome to the 2024 Maryland Senate debate from the Irene and Edward H. Kaplan production studio at Maryland Public Television in Owings Mills, Maryland. We're excited to bring you tonight's debate, presented by NBC News, NBC Washington, WBAL TV 11, and Maryland Public Television. And good evening, I'm Chuck Todd, NBC's chief political analyst and moderator for tonight's debate between the Democratic candidate, Angela Alsobrooks, and the Republican candidate, Larry Hogan. Let's begin by quickly covering the rules for today's event. The debate will last 1 hour, and it will begin with 90-second opening statements from each candidate. Then our panelists and myself will pose questions directly to the candidates. NBC News and our team of panelists generated the questions. The candidates have not seen them in advance. Each candidate will have 1 minute to respond, and the candidate answering the first will get an additional 30-second rebuttal. As moderator, I do reserve the right to follow up as needed. And finally, we will conclude with 1 minute closing statements from each candidate. There is a timekeeper who will notify candidates of their remaining time and when time is expired. In the interest of trying to cover as much ground as possible, we ask the candidates to adhere to these time limits. So now, let's welcome our panelists, all of whom have covered Maryland politics for decades. Tracy Wilkins is an investigative reporter with the News 4 I-Team in Washington, D.C. Deborah Weiner is an anchor at WBAL TV 11 in Baltimore. And Jeff Sulkin is an anchor right here at Maryland Public Television. And now, of course, the candidates. Republican and former governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, and Democrat and the current Prince George's County executive, Angela Alsobrooks. And with that, we begin with the debate. County Executive Alsobrooks has the first opening statement.
Well, thank you. Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank our host for having us tonight. I want to thank former Governor Hogan for being here as well, and for everyone for tuning in. I'm Angela Alsobrooks. I'm the proud Democratic nominee for United States Senate. Like many Marylanders, I'm also a member of the sandwich generation. I'm the proud mother of a 19-year-old daughter and the proud daughter of a retired
Make me a sandwich then.
Deliveryman. I grew up in Maryland, and I spent my entire adult life in public service, beginning my career as a domestic violence prosecutor, where I stood up for our families and held violent offenders accountable. As the elected prosecutor, I also lowered violent crime by 50%. As county executive, I've been one of the top job creators in the state of Maryland. We've built 10 new schools, and we're breaking ground on an additional 8. In the United States Senate, I will stand up for our values, creating economic opportunity for every Maryland family. I'll also fight for our freedoms, like a woman's right to choose, contraception, and IVF. I'll also fight to make sure that we are ending gun violence in America. I will work also to hand a majority to my friend and mentor, President Kamala Harris, to ensure that she will be successful and effective as President of the United States. Thank you so much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Governor Hogan, your opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chuck, and I want to thank Maryland Public Television, NBC, and its affiliates in Washington and Baltimore. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to thank all of you for tuning in tonight. And I just want to start by saying that I like and respect Angela Alsobrooks. We got a chance to work together while I was governor. We accomplished a great deal together for Prince George's County, and she's got a great life story. I just happen to believe that right now, the reason I'm stepping up to run is not to run against her or to try to defeat her. The reason I decided to run for Senate was the reason I ran for governor because I was frustrated with all the taxes and the unaffordability. Decided to step up to run for Senate. It was because I had never been more concerned about the direction of our country. What we see today is nothing but divisiveness and dysfunction in Washington, where nothing ever seems to get done. Our country is being torn apart by the extreme voices on both sides. We're not going to solve any of the terrible problems facing the country with more partisanship and one more party line vote, or just continuing to do the same thing that we've always done.
And to reiterate, he is not a Trump Republican.
Strong, independent leaders who are willing to stand up to both parties and try to bring about common sense bipartisan solutions, which is exactly what I delivered for 8 years as governor.
All right, let's get the debate started. I want to start with your both of your political identities. Ms. Alsobrooks, you and your party have been campaigning against Governor Hogan by singling out his party affiliation, almost solely, more so than anything else. Is his major disqualification for this office simply that he's a member of the Republican Party?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you that the stakes of this election could not be any higher. We are facing an election where the future of our country and our freedoms are at stake. What we recognize is in this election, a woman's right to choose is on the ballot. What we know is that the former governor is a person who vetoed important abortion care legislation and also vetoed important legislation that would have created a simple ban on ghost guns and would have also disallowed long guns, created a waiting period. The Republican Party has declared war on women's reproductive freedoms. We recognize that this party of chaos and division that is led by Donald Trump is one that cannot lead our country and also has severe consequences for Marylanders. Unfortunately, former Governor Hogan accepted an invitation by Mitch McConnell to run in this race because they want to give Republicans a majority in the Senate. Doing so will control Supreme Court justice nominations, will also control cabinet appointments for President Kamala Harris, and I do not believe that having a majority controlled by Republicans is in the best interest of our state or our country.
Mr. Hogan.
Damn, she's good.
Well, we're going to hear an awful lot about this kind of talk all night. That's the way they talk in Washington. I can tell you that just trying to focus on nothing but party is not what I'm going to do. You're going to hear nothing but red versus blue. I care a lot more about the red, white, and blue. I've been the leading voice in my party standing up to
great line
about, and everything you just said, your entire campaign is based on, multiple things that are completely not true. I will support and will sponsor codifying Roe. I've said that from the beginning. When I was governor, when I ran for governor, I promised to support women's access to abortion, and I delivered on that promise for 8 years. The bill you're referring to was about protecting women because it was rolling back and making it less safe for women to get access to abortion. It was allowing non-medical professionals. And for you to lie about something as important as this issue, it really is insulting.
You have 30 seconds.
Two intelligent, capable candidates. Thank you, Maryland.
In fact, I worked with the former governor, getting $400 million to invest in Prince George's County, causing the former governor to call me the best county executive he had ever known. Said his father was a county executive and I was the best he'd ever known. The thing we do know is that it is an unrefuted fact that the former governor vetoed abortion care legislation and then refused to release the funding to train abortion care providers, and said that Donald Trump deserved credit for his incredible Supreme Court justices after they overturned Roe. It's just an unrefuted fact.
Mr. Hogan, I want to follow up with something. I'm going to use my discretion here.
Light one up, tip one back.
A lot of TV ads that talk about your independence, and you say you're going to be a political independent. These TV ads are paid for by the NRSC, by the Republican Party. Can voters really believe you'll be an independent if the Republicans are paying for your TV advertising?
Well, I think the voters of Maryland know me, and they know my proven track record of standing up to Donald Trump, to Mitch McConnell, and to the Republican Party. I've probably stood up more than anyone in America. I mean, you know, I've been on your show multiple times. I'm one of the harshest critics. The people know that I was a bipartisan governor who got things done by working with a 70% Democratic legislature, and we accomplished a heck of a lot by reaching across the aisle. I'm not a MAGA, Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell person, as my opponent would let you believe.
Ms. Alsobrooks, I'll give you 30 seconds. Is there anything in the current Democratic agenda that you'll fight against?
In the Democratic
Against the
agenda,
Democrats,
I
yeah.
support the Democratic agenda to codify in federal law women's right to choose. I support banning assault weapons. I support middle class tax cuts. So I support the Democratic agenda. But let me just say this: I stood up to my party. When President Biden looked like he was waffling on the FBI, I marched right in there and fought against him, Tim Kaine, and Mark Warner to get the FBI headquarters located in Maryland, and I won.
Thank you. Deborah has the next question.
Mr. Hogan, along these lines of your criticism of former President Trump, given Mr. Trump's vow to seek retribution if he wins, could your relationship with him end up hurting Maryland?
Look, I think what we need desperately in Washington are people that are willing, that have the courage to put country over party and to put people over politics and to stand up to the leaders of their party. I don't think there's anyone in America who has done that more than me. And I've never been afraid, and I never will be. And I've never backed down. I'm one of the only ones in my party who can say that. And look, I just don't think we're going to fix anything by talking about how we're going to jam things through. Everything has to be Republican or Democrat. I, just down the road from Washington, was able to get a lot done by doing just the opposite. We set an example for exactly what needs to happen in Washington by working together, and I was happy to work with County Executive Elsa Brooks. We worked for 8 years to get the FBI, and after she became county executive, we continued to work together. I built a cancer center, hospital in Prince George, my Cancer Moonshot Initiative. We funded the Blue Line Corridor.
Sorry about that.
Together. Well, I work with people on both sides of the aisle. That's one of the things I'm known for.
You have 1 minute to respond.
You know, and former governor's right. We worked together very well. Built a new cancer center, made record investments in Prince George's County. But the fact of the matter is, if he wanted,
they are the best of friends.
Run as one. He did not opt to run as an independent. He opted to accept Mitch McConnell's request to come in. Mitch McConnell bragged about his ability to recruit the former governor because he believed that he would give a majority in the Senate to Republicans, which has huge consequences. The fact is, I believe the governor when he says that he would like to vote with Roe. But you know what? The fact is, if the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, there will be no vote on Roe. We've seen this all before with these Republicans who refused to allow Barack Obama his vote on Merrick Garland. We understand that they also will hand over the gun laws to the NRA. What we know is that no matter what former Governor Hogan says today, he would empower a caucus of people who will take our country backwards, putting Lindsey Graham over the Judiciary Committee,
talk of people,
putting Ted Cruz over the Science Committee, who's a science and climate denier. It is that he would empower a caucus that is against our values.
Mr. Hogan?
I think sometimes one voice standing up really can make a difference. And I don't think we need more partisan politicians who are going to be rubber stamps for their party. What we need are people that are willing to stand up and work with both parties or to criticize both parties when they're wrong. I was governor through 3 presidents. I worked with President Obama and Trump and Biden. And we were able, when I disagreed, I strongly stood up and said I disagreed. And I've stood up to my party. I'll stand up to either party. I think we need mavericks in Washington that aren't going to just do exactly what the party bosses tell them to do.
Thank you. Tracy has the next
He
question.
wants to be the new McCain.
Brooks, Mr. Hogan and his allies have attacked you for claiming tax credits you were ineligible to receive, including one meant for seniors. And your opponents argue that those tax credits you claimed make you untrustworthy for Maryland voters. What is your response?
You know, first of all, thank you so much for asking the question and giving me a chance to clear it up. I have always paid my taxes, always. And I also stood up for my grandmother. When she needed to leave her house, I took over her mortgage. I paid her mortgage until I sold the house about 6 years ago and never knew that she had a senior tax credit because I never applied for one. When I learned about it, I reached out to the D.C. government and I have paid back the amount of that tax credit, and I'm working to pay off the interest. But I thank you so much for asking that question.
Mr. Hogan, your response?
He's good.
Does this matter to voters?
Well, I'm not sure it should matter. I think that the county executive, Elsa Brooks, has said that she didn't apply for the tax credit. She said that she paid off her grandmother's mortgage, and but she also took out her own mortgages and swore and attested on those documents that it was going to be her primary residence, which it wasn't. And she did get a tax break that was meant for low-income seniors, and she's not a low-income senior, and it was a rental property. It was not her personal residence. So I don't know that people should make a decision based on that. I just think she ought to have the opportunity to explain herself.
Ms. Salzberg, just to clarify, I'll give you 30 seconds. Is it all paid back? You said you're working to pay back.
I paid back the amount of the tax credit when I was notified that I got a tax credit. Again, I never applied for the tax credit, was never even notified that I had the tax credit. But when I learned about it, I paid back the amount of the tax credit, and I'm working to pay off the interest.
Jeff has the next question.
UMBC released a poll this week, found that...
Why shouldn't she even get it if the old lady was living in the house?
Inflation. Three-part question on this, past, present, future. Who gets the blame for the wave of inflation that we had? Who gets the credit for bringing down the rate of inflation? And how do we prevent this from ever happening again?
Mr. Hogan, you go first.
Yeah, with affordability, inflation is a huge problem. And as I'm out on the campaign trail talking to people every single day, it's the #1 issue that I hear about. The cost of groceries, the cost of housing. You know, a single mom trying to put groceries on the table, a young person, young couple trying to buy their first home has been priced out of reach. Inflation is out of control, and there's plenty of blame to go around. This is one that Republicans and Democrats can both take blame for because they both ran up the debt and continue to cause these kinds of problems. And I'm not sure, while you say it's come down, the average person doesn't feel like it has. It's what I ran for governor on. I was so frustrated that things weren't affordable, and my focus was on making life more affordable. So I cut taxes 8 years in a row by $4.7 billion for hardworking Marylanders, for low-income Marylanders with the Earned Income Tax Credit, for small businesses, and for retirees. We fought for 8 years to eliminate retirement taxes, and we finally passed that in my last year. My opponent wants to raise taxes on Social Security, which is not going to make things more affordable.
Ms. Alsobrooks, you have a minute?
Well, you know, first of all, let me just say, I also have heard from so many Marylanders.
This is the Democrat.
You know, as the daughter of a receptionist.
The thumb is the Republican.
I understand how the cost of groceries that have gone up 25% since the pandemic affect everyday families. And what we understand is that huge corporations who are receiving record profits right now are doing so and paying fewer taxes than average hardworking citizens. I attribute that to the rising cost, and we also know that there's a lack of competition. We're going to have to make sure that we are holding big corporations accountable, causing them to pay their fair share of taxes. I'll cut taxes for the middle class, and by the way, I don't propose raising taxes on anyone who earns under $400,000. The truth of the matter is we're going to have to save Social Security. For people like my aging parents, Social Security is a lifeline. By 2035, it's due to
raise the cap.
Raising the cap for those who are earning over $400,000 to save Social Security is going to be really important.
Bam.
30 seconds, Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a long track record of this being my primary focus. It's really why I ran for governor. It's what I focused on for 8 years, and I think we had more success than anyone in America. We took a terrible economy that was the 49th out of 50 states, and we had a $5.1 billion deficit and turned it into a surplus, and we made life more affordable for average hardworking folks by cutting tolls, by cutting 350 fees, and by cutting taxes 8 years in a row on the poorest of the Marylanders and retirees.
Deborah has the next question for Ms. Alsobrooks.
Ms. Alsobrooks, you are running for the seat long held by Senator Ben Cardin, a staunch supporter of Israel, who presided over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to a joint session of Congress. Senator Chris Van Hollen, on the other hand, refused to attend the speech and joined 7 other senators in asking President Biden to, quote, use all levers to pressure Israel over Gaza. When it comes to Israel and the now 1-year-old war, are you a Cardin Democrat or a Van Hollen Democrat?
I'm neither. I'm Angela Alsobrooks, and I will represent myself in the Senate. I've been really fortunate to have the support of both Senator Van Hollen and Senator Cardin. And we have a tremendous delegation who I've worked with over the years. When it comes to this issue, I will be Angela Alsobrooks as a senator, and let me tell you what I believe. We recognize the horrific attack that occurred in Israel on October 7th, and I believe in this moment we have an obligation to getting those hostages home to their families, and that we get to a ceasefire, making sure as well that we get aid into Gaza for the Palestinians who are suffering, and we've got to get to a 2-state solution so that we have peace and security in Israel, peace, security, and self-determination for the Palestinians in Gaza. Going long term, it's going to be really important that our multilateral relationships with UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan is going to be necessary for us to isolate Iran, to have the long-term sort of stability that we need. But I support Israel and support its right to defend itself, and I will continue to support that alliance.
Mr. Hogan, you have 1 minute. How would
Well,
you?
I'm going to be a strong supporter of Israel, as I always have been, and I'm going to be more like a champion for Israel, like Ben Cardin, rather than trying to equivocate or do both sidisms or to follow Chris Van Hollen, who is probably the most anti-Israel member of the United States Senate. And, you know, I disagree with my opponent, who was calling for cutting off military aid to Israel and demanding an immediate ceasefire. The horrific, just this week, we celebrated the tremendous loss of life, the largest loss of Jewish life.
Celebrated?
And we remembered those victims and their families and those hostages that are still being held. And at moments like this, people have to stand up and be counted. And we, as a country, have to stand with our allies. And Israel's our most important ally. And we've got to stand up to our enemies. And I don't think you can try to walk down the middle on this issue. I think there's no question we've got to back Israel.
Ms. Alsobrooks, just to follow up, would you have attended the speech if you were senator with Prime Minister Netanyahu? And do you believe he is an obstacle to peace?
Good question.
Or is he an ally for peace?
I would have attended the speech, and let me, if I can just give a quick second. First of all, I do support the U.S.-Israeli relationship. I've been to Israel. I've been very clear on my position that I support Israel and support its right to defend itself. I was at the same acknowledgement that the former governor was. Senator Cardin, who has supported me, said he's ashamed of former Governor Hogan and how he has politicized this issue and tried to use it as a way to divide us. And when we speak of allies, if the Republicans are in the Senate, they have shown that they do not respect our alliances, including NATO. We'll back out of it and we'll leave Ukraine to fight for itself. I support our alliances and will continue to support both Israel and Ukraine.
Well, this is setting up. We're going to do a couple of foreign policy questions here. Let me start with a fresh one here for you, Mr. Hogan. When it comes to tensions between Taiwan and China, should the United States guarantee the security of Taiwan, even if it means putting American boots on the ground or essentially in the Pacific?
Well, look, I think it's very strong, very important for us to stand up for our allies and stand up to our enemies. I believe in peace through strength. Right now, we've got fires around the world. The whole world is basically a tinderbox, and we're dealing with Ukraine and Taiwan.
We didn't start the fire.
Threatening in the Middle East. The reason I got into this race, the final straw for me, was when I watched Republicans and Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell tank the bipartisan deal that was going to secure the border, provide funding for Taiwan, for Ukraine, and most importantly for Israel. And they were for all of those things, but then they were told to change their vote. And I decided that night I was going to go down to Washington and try to do something about it. So I just think it's really important in times like this for us to have people that are focused. We have allies around the world who wonder if they can still count on us or still trust us, and we have enemies that wonder if they should still fear us.
Before I get Ms. Alsobrooks 1 minute, you didn't answer directly. Is Taiwan's security so important that if China wants to take it over, it's worth American troops to help fight side by side with Taiwan against
Well, hopefully
China?
it won't get to that point, Chuck. We've got other more pressing things right now, but China threatening Taiwan is something that we should definitely be concerned about. Whether or not we put boots on the ground.
Intentionally ambiguous?
I hope it doesn't get to that point.
Okay, Ms. Alsobrooks, you have a minute on this question on Taiwan?
Yeah, I do not agree that we put boots on the
Intentionally ambiguous.
U.S. men and women on the ground for this conflict. The problem that the former governor is going to have is his party does not believe in these alliances. They have wanted to back out of NATO. We know as well that they have refused to really give Ukraine the help that they need. It was the Democratic Party that's led that. I believe in our alliances, and what I believe with respect to China is if we do not stand up to Vladimir Putin, who is a dangerous dictator who invaded Ukraine, that China will invade Taiwan. The smartest thing we do is to really shore up our alliances through NATO and our multilateral relationships to act as a deterrent to China, who is watching. And they will see what the United States does with respect to Ukraine to decide whether to go into Taiwan. We know as well that Vladimir Putin's not done. If we don't stand up for Ukraine, he'll continue to go across Eastern Europe. Poland will be next. And so these relationships, our alliances across the country will be important. And the Republican Party does not agree with this. They would let Ukraine fail.
Let me start with Ukraine. Would you increase support for Ukraine, keep it as is, or is there a point where you decrease support?
Well, I believe in support for Ukraine. The amount of it, but I agree with funding Ukraine, who have not asked us, by the way. They're a democracy. They have never come to the United States to say put men and women on the ground. They just want the tools to defend themselves, and we ought to continue to make sure that as an ally of the United States, that we support them in defeating Vladimir Putin, because again, he is not done yet, and he sends a horrible signal across the world. The Republicans have not supported Ukraine and will let them fail.
Mr. Hogan, I know you're supportive of Ukraine. Would you go as far as supporting Ukraine's membership to NATO?
Well, first of all, here we go again with the Republican-Democrat thing. Look, I criticized Democrats and Republicans who wouldn't support Israel and Ukraine and to stand up for our allies. So, there are plenty of people that are isolationists in both parties, and neither one of them, has a lock on what we should do to keep America safe and keep us as the leader of the free world. But on Ukraine, I was one of the first. We sent aid before the United States did. We sent it from the state of Maryland. I've said from the beginning that we needed to be stronger in support of those allies, and we've got to bring an end to this conflict, and we'll be putting boots on the ground if we don't stop Putin now, because we'll have to defend a NATO country, and hopefully we won't get
just very quickly, would you support NATO?
You can't stop Putin.
NATO or not yet?
I would support Ukraine going into NATO.
Would you support NATO going into?
I think it's a complicated question as to whether or not we should. I think it should be explored.
All right, Jeff has the next question.
This goes to Ms. Alsobrooks first. There are a number of influential Democrats who are talking about expanding the Supreme Court from 9 justices to 13. And the idea is that if a Democratic president could appoint 4 new justices, there would be a majority of Democratic appointees on the court. Is that something you would support?
First of all, I'm very concerned about this Supreme Court. I think they no longer represent the will of the people. I think there are a couple of things that happen. I do support reforms for the Supreme Court. One of them would be to have term limits. I also agree with the notion of expanding the Supreme Court. I think we're going to have to do something to reform the Supreme Court. Again, looking at the decisions they have made, everything from overturning Roe, I think there are ethical problems with the Supreme Court. And again, this is another place where me and Mr. Hogan disagree, because the Supreme Court, I think, is awful. He went out and said that he thought that Donald Trump deserved credit for his appointments to the Supreme Court, and called the Supreme Court justices who have been appointed incredible. I think that they are out of line with the will of the American people. And again, whoever controls the Senate also controls people like Lindsey Graham, will control appointing further Supreme Court justices. When we are at complete odds, the Supreme Court needs to be reformed.
Quick follow-up. I didn't hear a yes or no on what used to be called packing the court.
I agree with in either increasing the number of justices or...
Used to be called packing the court.
All right. And follow-up for Mr. Hogan. On the Trump nominees to the court in particular, how would you have voted? I think Justice Kavanaugh got through with no votes to spare.
You do. You're 1 minute. He's just adding an additional thing, and we'll give you your full 1 minute. Go ahead, Jeff. Finish your question.
That was the question.
Yeah, look, I think if there's one thing that we should not be politicizing, it's the Supreme Court. And yet it has been politicized by both sides. And I think trying to change the rules to jam things through on a party line vote is not the right way to go about it. I probably have more experience in this than most people in the Senate. I appointed 190 judges while I was governor, including 6 out of the 7 members of our Supreme Court. And every single one of them, three Republicans, 3 Democrats, 3 women, 2 African-American women, most diverse, most inclusive.
The court made it political.
Every single one of our Supreme Court justices was unanimously confirmed by Republicans and Democrats. In Washington, they can't even get 1 vote. And both sides are trying to change the rules so they can pack the court. This is one area where we just have to make, what I did was find the most qualified judges, regardless of what party they were. And that's why we found if you can't find one person to cross over and vote for a Democratic judge or a Republican judge, I'm not going to support them.
Just quickly following on Justice Kavanaugh, he passed with 1 vote. What would your vote have been?
Well, I stood up and I called out Mitch McConnell on Justice Kavanaugh when they were trying to not have a hearing. I said it should have a full and open hearing, and I called them out when they were trying to jam through the Barrett.
Liking beer is not the reason to dislike the guy.
Which I thought was wrong.
Light one up, tip one back.
I wasn't there, and I don't know how I would vote.
Okay, Ms. Alsobrooks, you have 30 seconds.
Oh, I think he said how he would vote. He said he thought they were incredible. He thought they were great Supreme Court justice nominations. These are his words, not mine. He said that Donald Trump, quote, deserves credit for his accomplishments in office, including the incredible Supreme Court justices that he nominated. I disagree. I would not have supported those Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe, by the way, who also overturned the bump stock decision, who decided the immunity decision, who decided the Chevron decision that will hurt our climate. I think that they were awful Supreme Court justices, and I would not have voted to confirm them.
All right, Tracy has the next question.
Mr. Hogan, your opponent and her party say that you can't be trusted on abortion since you vetoed legislation that would have trained more abortion providers. And you've said personally you are opposed to abortion, but now you say you support Roe. Please detail what abortion access you are prepared to champion in the Senate.
Well, look, my opponent has been, her whole entire campaign is based on lies. I said this earlier. I have been against. The first day I got in the race, she said I was going to be the deciding vote for abortion ban, which I've been against since 1992. When I ran for governor, I promised to provide access to abortion that would do nothing to change law. That's exactly what I delivered on for 8 years. Everybody in Maryland knows that. When 5 or 6 years ago, I said Roe was the correct decision. When it was overturned, I said it was the wrong decision. And I said, when I get to the Senate, the very first vote, my first bill I will sponsor is to codify Roe. So, no, I don't understand. It's completely false. And back to the thing about the incredible justices. I was at a Jewish coalition event where I was very critical of Donald Trump. I said there are some things I agree with him on. And then there was a decision that just came out just before that event that was about not discriminating against Jewish students when it came to scholarships to go to private schools. And I thought that was an incredible decision. But I've called them out on all the bad decisions.
You have 1 minute, Ms. Alsabrook.
Well, let me just say, I believe.
Like which decision? The decision.
Donald Trump, the person, but he does agree with some of his policies. And I think that this issue is one that is very personal to me. As a mother of a 19-year-old daughter, she's facing a world where she has fewer rights than her mother and grandmother. And so this is very important. The fact of the matter is, when former governor had an opportunity to stand up for the women of Maryland, he didn't. He vetoed abortion care legislation. He doubled down and refused to release the funding to train abortion care providers. This was just 2 years ago. And when this Supreme Court overturned Roe, he then went out and complimented them. The problem he's going to have is his party does not agree with him. The Republican Party has declared war on the reproductive freedoms of women, contraception, IVF, Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz. We're thinking about Rick Scott. These are all people who say they would like an abortion ban. And no matter what's in his heart, I believe him when he says that he's had a change of heart.
Nightmare blunt rotations, what she just named off.
If he gives a majority to the Republicans in the Senate.
Mr. Hogan, you get 30 seconds.
First of all, she keeps misrepresenting the bill that was passed. It was to change the law so that instead of just doctors and physicians' assistants and nurses, we would let non-licensed professionals like midwives perform abortions. Now, you can disagree with that, my position, but you can't lie about it and say I was denying access. The funding was to do that bill, which I didn't agree with because I thought it would roll back the clock on protecting women, and I thought it was unsafe, and a lot of people in the medical community agreed with me.
Tracy.
Midwives to do abortions?
That's Ms. Alsabrook. I have a separate question for you on abortion. As Prince George's County executive, you have often testified in writing or in person for state legislation that you support in Annapolis. For the last 2 years in Maryland, there have been bills to protest women's reproductive or to protect women's reproductive rights, access to safe abortions, and also privacy. And some county executives have testified in favor of those bills, but you have not. Why?
I don't know specifically which bill you are referencing, but I have been a very vocal supporter of a woman's right to choose. I think that's, irrefuted. I have supported, I have supported and still support women's access to reproductive care. It's not just abortion care. It's also things like Planned Parenthood, and that's the reason that they have endorsed me. I've received the endorsement of Reproductive Freedom for All because of my strong record on this issue. I've received the support of Emily's List as well as Planned Parenthood, who are aware of my strong and uncontroverted record on this issue, and I'll continue to support women's reproductive freedoms, contraception, abortion, and IVF.
Mr. Hogan, you have 1 minute.
Look, we're never going to get anything done in Washington if you're just going to attack people when they agree with you. We agree on this issue, and I fully funded Planned Parenthood and abortion every single year while I was governor. And look, this is a very important issue. And to misrepresent what the facts are is really, it's sad and it's unfortunate. But I've been very clear, my record is clear, and you and I pretty much agree on this issue. And yet you continue to say that I have a different position than I have. And my record as governor is clear.
That's what I was thinking. It might be
the point
like
is that I believe
administering pills
that he's, you know, he's
early on in
changed and has a
conception.
I didn't say that.
Well, the point of the matter is, if the Republicans are in control of the Senate, there will be no vote on Roe. We've seen this movie all before. When Mitch McConnell refused to bring it to a vote, they have been abundantly clear that they do not desire to codify Roe, and that they would be seeking a national abortion. And if Mitch McConnell or Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham are there, it won't happen.
I'm going to follow up on this with both of you, and I'll start with you, Ms. Olson-Brooks. I believe Vice President Harris has come out in favor of getting rid of the filibuster in order to codify Roe. Would you be in favor of that?
I would. We've seen the filibuster be used as a tool to thwart civil rights legislation. We've seen the filibuster has been used in ways that have been very destructive, and that really has not been in the interest of the people. This issue is one that is very near and dear, not only to Marylanders, but to people all across our country who do not want, like my daughter who is in Georgia, to have to look out in the country and decide where to live based on where she will have freedoms. I'll be working to codify the Women's Health Protection Act. I'll be voting for it to be the first piece of legislation I will co-sponsor.
We're a very polarized climate. You really think 60 votes is what we should wait for in order to codify Roe?
Look, I think it's a terrible idea. And you know who agrees with my opponent is Donald Trump. There's been a lot of talking about Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell, but she and Donald Trump agree that we should change the rules, longstanding rules that required bipartisan cooperation, and change the rules so you can jam things through on a party line partisan vote. And you got to be careful what you wish for, because you don't know who's going to be jamming things through. I like the idea of continuing to have to find people across the aisle, find that bipartisan compromise. I'll work with Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski on my side to try to get that done.
So you think 60 votes should be the bar?
I think making Washington more partisan and allowing more things to be jammed through by one vote, which she's been complaining about in most of the evening. Now she says she wants to do it for this one thing, but then when the pendulum swings back every 2 years or 4 years, everybody's going to jam through with other things.
Is there anything about lowering the threshold that does concern you, from 60 votes to 50 votes?
Well, let me just say this. Talk to Senator Cardin about this issue. And he said, unfortunately, in his experience now, whoever's in the majority controls the agenda, and that he believes the filibuster has been used in such a way that we no longer have the deliberative body that we need in the Senate, and agrees, and many who have been there agree, that we have reached a point where it's become destructive, and we're going to have to really to reform and to abolish this filibuster in order to get back to the deliberative body that it should be. And so I agree that we're going to have to do something. We've seen the progress has been thwarted.
All right. Deborah has the next question.
I'd like to talk to you about gun violence. It was a month ago when Maryland witnessed a fatal school shooting in Harford County. The same week, there was a school shooting in Georgia that killed 2 teachers and 2 students. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in the United States. Do you believe the federal government has a role in reducing gun violence, especially when it comes to schools and the nation's young people?
Go ahead. Mr. Hogan, you have...
well, absolutely there is a role. And I've been a long supporter of common sense gun legislation. I'm for a universal background check. I have always done everything possible to keep guns out of the hands of the mentally ill and out of the hands of criminals. I will support a bipartisan common sense assault weapons ban. As governor, I signed a red flag law to keep guns out of the hands of the mentally ill. I signed a bump stock bill. And when there was a school shooting in Maryland, in Great Mills, in St. Mary's County, I passed the Safe to Learn Act, which required school resource officers in every single high school in Maryland to try to keep people safe. And I've committed to sponsoring that exact same bill at the federal level. Unfortunately, my opponent pulled the school safety out of the schools, and the bill is no longer requiring it.
Governor, what is a common sense assault weapons ban?
I think I would support an assault weapons ban. We've got to get, again, bipartisan agreement on getting a bill passed.
Ms. Alsabrook, you have a full minute to respond on this.
Thank you. First of all, let me just correct misinformation he just gave. I have not pulled any school resource officers out of the schools. In fact, the Washington Post just complimented me in their endorsement of me, saying that I fought against the effort to remove those SROs. It's also the case that the former governor just
SROs are actually a detriment
my
to
leadership
learning
on this issue of public safety, saying that I was a leader across the state. The fact that the #1 killer of our children is gun violence, and that we as a country have done nothing about it, is shameful. And there's an opportunity. I would be in favor of eliminating assault weapons, also removing ghost guns from our streets. And the reality is, unfortunately, the former governor did not have the courage. As a governor, he, in fact, vetoed legislation that would have created a waiting period for long guns and outright refused to sign the ban on ghost guns. He could have helped us on this issue, but he instead kowtowed to the gun lobby and vetoed a ban that would have just created that waiting period for long guns and did not support us.
Yeah, again, this is all kind of half-truths and, trying to confuse people. On ghost guns, it did become law while I was governor, and I just didn't have a bill signing ceremony with the legislature because I had legislation that was trying to actually do something about the people shooting people with guns. It was tougher mandatory sentences for repeat violent offenders and people who commit a felony with a gun. We already have the toughest gun legislation in America, and yet it's not stopping a 100% increase in murders in places like Prince George's County. So we've got to take the shooters off the street.
I don't understand why the Second Amendment doesn't apply to ghosts.
Baltimore City had ever been Prince George. They weren't shooting people with hunting rifles that were registered. It was illegal handguns and ghost guns, which I was very supportive of.
I have a quick follow-up on sort of guns and policing for both of you. The George Floyd.
Why can't ghosts have guns?
Would restrict chokeholds and no-knock warrants if elected. Mr. Hogan, would you help pass the George Floyd Policing Act?
Well, I'll have to take a look at exactly what the act says. I can tell you one thing that I'm very concerned about, and I probably spoke out about this more than anyone in America. When the defund the police movement started, I was the loudest critic against it. It was saying you're going to improve public safety by defunding the police was like saying you're going to improve education by defunding the schools. It was absurd.
Sir, let me tell you about the Baltimore Police Department.
Bill in America, a refund the police initiative with a 50% increase in state aid to local police so they could hire more officers, so they could train better, so they could teach de-escalation techniques. My opponent has cut the Prince George's County Police. They're down 300 officers and doing 12-hour shifts, and crime is out of control. 500% increase in carjackings.
Ms. Alsabrook, on the George Floyd Policing Act, would you support it?
I would. And let me just also correct something he just said. The fact of the matter is, I not only supported law enforcement, I was law enforcement. The chief law enforcement officer in Prince George's County oversaw 50%.
Boo!
I was the chief law. I've increased police funding by 23%. And when he talked about the ghost guns, he said that he would it did pass, but it's like so much of his record. Because we had such a strong Democratic legislature, thank God for them, they had to block so much of what he wanted to veto. And again, he's not going to Annapolis, he's going to Washington, and will not have the same supports we had in Annapolis. We couldn't have got anything done if we didn't have that Democratic legislature.
All right, I want to turn to the issue of immigration. And I'm going to start straightforward to you, Ms. Alsabrook. I'll start with you. Should Prince George's County remain a sanctuary city?
Prince George's County is not a sanctuary city.
How would you describe it?
Yeah. So as county executive, I actually created a policy that said that violent offenders, we cooperated with the federal government to make sure that we notified them when we release violent offenders. I am also the person, when we think about this issue, who stood in courtrooms and prosecuted gang members who were in MS-13. So I've been very consistent where this issue has been concerned. I have cooperated with the federal government. I know that the former governor lied about my record on this, but that's what the record is.
How would you describe it? Is this something that the council did? That they didn't want local law enforcement cooperating on everything?
They did not. I changed the policy to ensure that when we released people who were accused of gang activity or violence, that we notified the federal government.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Mr.
Yeah, well, first of all, with respect to the crime in general, I have the endorsement of a unanimous endorsement of the Maryland FOP and nearly every single law enforcement organization in the state because they don't think.
Boo!
And Prince George's County police officers are the ones that are really complaining about how things have gotten out of control. But look, on the ICE detainers, it's not true. You are the largest jurisdiction in Maryland that refuses to work with federal law enforcement, and you will not notify them. When ICE requests a detainer for a violent rapist or murderer or gang member, you do not cooperate. I mean, that's just a fact. And even Wes Moore said your policy is breaking federal law.
You have 30 seconds.
Well, actually, again, it's not true. What he said about not cooperating with the federal government is just a lie. It is. I changed the policy. And furthermore, I am the only person on this stage who stood flat-footed in a courtroom, and I prosecuted and convicted murderers, rapists, and gang members. And I did so with the police department. I did so with law enforcement. In fact, I was law enforcement. And together, the partnership that we created helped us to be effective. And they're doing a tremendous job right now in Prince George's County, where we're seeing lowering crime in every category except one where we are up 1 point.
All right, I want to get you both to 1 minute to answer this simple question. Would you vote to legalize marijuana on a federal level? Mr. Hogan,
Yes.
I was hesitant to. I was for medical marijuana, but I never really considered legalizing recreational marijuana on a national basis.
Well, you look like a blunt.
Already done it, including Maryland, but we haven't seen the full impact of that yet. And I think some of law enforcement are concerned about the fact that we had a lot of deaths driving, and I think we've got to make some more advances before we take a step like that.
So you're not ready to legalize on a federal level?
No.
At all. Ms. Alsobrooks,
Well, the people of Maryland have spoken on this issue, and they legalized it here, and I would vote to also do so on the federal level.
Did one back.
Some
Yes.
hesitation about this at first.
That's the correct answer.
The hesitation I have is that I think it's an awful idea to have children. I've always been very clear on this issue, is that I'm deeply concerned about the impacts of marijuana on children. And so I've always said whatever adults do, recreationally or otherwise, is for an adult to make a decision. But I think we ought to be protective of our children in the same way that we have
the
been
parents'
with
job
alcohol and other things. We've watched our children suffer, and I think that we should be really cautious and be concerned
Ain't
about
no
our children
kids
having access
suffering
to
from
marijuana
pot.
and substances.
All right, this next question, also 1 minute for both of you. Ms. Alsobrooks, you'll get it first. Should the federal government workers still be allowed to work from home 1 or 2 days a week, or is it time that they return to the office 5 days a week?
I support having our federal workers be able to work from home once or twice a week, by the way. I'm the granddaughter of a federal worker who worked very hard to get herself in the federal government. She was a housekeeper, taught herself to type on her refrigerator so that she could get that federal job. Our federal workers do a tremendous job. I'll be supportive of them, of their wages and of their benefits. We know that if the Republicans gain control, they have put forward Project 2025, which anticipates that they would eviscerate the federal workforce, would politicize it, would harm our federal workers, including the 7% of all 130,000 federal workers live in the state of Maryland. But I'll be standing up for our federal workers, which is why I have the endorsement of the of AFGE, the Federal Government Employees Union, and I'll continue to make sure that we are defending and protecting their rights.
Mr. Hogan, same question.
Yes, with respect to Project 2025, I'm the leading voice in the Republican Party against that, and wrote an opinion in the Washington Post, and I think was not single-handedly, but certainly a big part of the reason why the Republicans have backed down on that, and I called out all of the crazy things that they were trying to do. That's the beauty of having someone in the party being willing to stand up to their leaders. I'm not sure when you've ever stood up to party leaders, but I've done it when it was hard, and I've done it over and over again, and I will continue to. But I agree
Did you say he was hard?
Concentration of federal employees, and for them to try to politicize the federal government was just absurd and ridiculous, which is why I was so strong in voicing my opposition. With respect to getting workers back to work, certainly there are some things that could be done remotely, but it's been a disaster for the Washington metropolitan area when we have empty buildings everywhere, restaurants closing because really very few people are getting back to work. When I was governor, I required people to get back to work because you can't do public service and interacting with folks in a lot of jobs if you're not there. Other things you can do from home.
Ms. Alsobrooks, should Washington, D.C.'s downtown economy be a factor in deciding whether federal workers should come in 5 days a week?
Again, I support federal workers. I support them staying, being able to stay home. Let me just also say this. You know, it's interesting to me to hear the former governor consistently say he criticizes the Republican Party, the same one that he had the option to run as something else, and he gladly put on their jersey. When Mitch McConnell called him, he put the jersey on, he ran into the game, says he disagrees with, you know, all of these various aspects of it. And the reality is, again, his mere election would empower the people whose policies he says he disagrees with so strongly, and it wouldn't be anything he can do about them calling votes and doing other things, blocking President Kamala Harris if they had the majority.
All right. Next question, I'll start with you, Mr. Hogan. On the issue of transportation, as governor, you blocked some transportation projects in Baltimore, the Baltimore's Red Line. There's been the Purple Line in the D.C. metro area. How would you handle federal funding of Maryland's transportation projects as senator? Would you be a champion of getting more federal funding for, say, a Purple Line or
well, so I'm very proud of my record on infrastructure. When I ran for governor, we had crumbling roads and bridges, and no money had been invested. It's one of the reasons I got elected, because I promised to do something about that. And we moved forward on nearly every single transportation project all across the state, resurfaced almost 90% of the entire state highway system. No governor has ever invested more in transit or in roads than I did while I was governor. And then when I was chairman of the National Governors Association, I led a chair's initiative on rebuilding America's infrastructure. I got all 50 governors to agree to it, and then all of it became part of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which I strongly supported. I even hosted a summit in Annapolis where I brought Republican and Democratic governors, senators, and congressmen together to get it done. And when it was stalled, I pushed Republicans and Democrats to get the bipartisan infrastructure bill done. Republicans only wanted to do roads and bridges. Democrats wanted to add $4 trillion of social spending, and we reached an agreement and helped get that deal done, which I think was good for America.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
A lot of cat hair.
The governor did something that was so shameful. We know that the #1 issue across our state is economic opportunity, and having the opportunity to invest in a red line that would have created not only attracted jobs and opportunities to Baltimore, but would have allowed people to have access to those opportunities. And he did something that no governor in history has ever done in Maryland: returned $900 million to the federal government to ask them to redistribute it essentially to other states. This not only crushed that opportunity, but it was unprecedented. And furthermore, what we know is that he would not invest. Not only, I think we need someone who can see the whole state. I worked conversely to draw the FBI headquarters to Maryland, bringing the 7,500 jobs here, cybersecurity and technology. I drew $100 million near the New Carrollton Metro Station, and I even worked with the former governor for the first time to attract $400 million to the Blue Line Corridor, creating jobs and opportunities. That's what I will do as a senator, not send money back to the federal government. I'll be fighting for every part of our state to attract every single dollar we can to the state of Maryland.
Well, I ran for governor promising not to do the red line and promising to build every other project all across the state. The Washington Post editorial board said it never made any transportation or economic sense. Most people in Baltimore didn't support it, and almost no one across the rest of the state did. What we have, it was a $7 billion project. It wasn't going to accomplish much of anything, and we had $900 million. Nobody in our transportation department wanted to move forward on it. But what we need to move forward on now is fixing the Key Bridge and doing the Howard Street Tunnel. And these are kinds of things. Fixing the traffic relief plan that was just killed because the Transportation Trust Fund has been drained and there's no money for projects.
We have technically come to the end of our questions. I have one final one.
Guess he's getting his winter coat.
Mr. Hogan, I know you said you wrote in Ronald Reagan's name, that you've already voted.
What?
If you'd lived in a state that was up for grabs, you said your vote doesn't matter in your state. Is that how you still would have voted?
Well, look, I've never voted for someone I didn't believe in, and I was the chairman of No Labels with Joe Lieberman, and we're all about trying to find. I think there are an awful lot of people in America that don't feel that these two folks that are at the top of both tickets are the best people to lead America, and that's why we have the ability to kind of write in and take whatever decision you make. I'm not going to make that decision for other people. I don't plan on moving out of Maryland, and so I'm not going to speculate on what I might do if I was somewhere else.
Go ahead, 30 seconds.
You know, I think the decision not to vote in a presidential election for a senator is a disqualifier. A person, this job requires votes, tough votes, that you have to make a decision. And for a person who says he could see a bipartisan way forward, but was unable to do the most bipartisan thing ever in an election where he says he despises their nominee, but cannot bring himself to even vote for Vice President Harris, and in fact will have forfeited the chance to vote in 3 different elections, rather than stand up, do the right thing, choose a tough vote and vote for a Democrat. He voted for deceased individuals and said he will do so again in this election. And I think it is
Halloween season.
He would operate as a senator, unable to make tough calls and to go to do what he declares is bipartisan. This is the most bipartisan thing you can do.
Well, here's the toughest call I'm going to make you both make. Ravens or Commanders?
commanders.
Oh, wow.
We guessed right. And now for closing statements, Ms. Also.
Well, I want to thank
Brooks, you have the first closing
thank you
statement.
so much again to all the hosts for having us tonight. Thank you, former Governor Hogan, also for being here, for everyone for watching. It has been a great joy for me to have represented our state for the last 27 years. I've done so proudly to fight for our families on every front, fighting to keep our communities safe, fighting to grow economic opportunity, fighting to ensure that we are caring for every part of our community, providing health care access. I've built mental health facilities, built a cancer center, broken ground on 18 schools and built 10. I'll continue as a senator standing up for our values, fighting every single day to preserve not only our freedoms, but economic opportunity for every member of our family in Maryland. I'll do that, making sure that we are moving forward, and I'll support President Kamala Harris, making sure that she has the majority that she needs in the Senate so that she can get her agenda across and that she can take our country forward, that we can, together, the values that we share, honor them. Human rights, democracy, freedom, integrity, decency, these are what we believe in. It's what I will fight for every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Hogan, your closing statement.
Well, thank you again. Thank you all for watching tonight. Look, as I said at the beginning, we're going to hear a lot about Democrat versus Republican, red versus blue. All I really care about is the red, white, and blue. And I think that sending more partisan politicians, making Washington more partisan and more divided is not going to help. The country is way off track. I mean, I'm completely fed up with politics as usual. And if you want to change things in Washington, you're not going to do it by doing the exact same thing you always do. I have a proven track record of standing up and bringing people together, having the courage to stand up to the former president, to the current president, and I'll do it to the future president and to the Republicans or Democrats. I'm trying to put people over politics and country over party, and I'm asking the voters of Maryland to be willing to do the same thing, and I'm asking for their vote.
Thank you both. Thank you very much. That concludes tonight's debate. We'd really like to thank the two candidates for participating.
Shut up, Chuck Todd.
Public Television in this terrific studio for hosting us here. And thanks to our panelists, Tracy Wilkins,
Deborah Weiner. I assume that Chuck Todd lives in Maryland. It's his Senate race, so that NBC station was able to get him to come and moderate it. We're going to do Oregon's 8th congressional district debate at about 9:20. I know that sounds weird. The first part has already aired. They're airing the second part at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So 10 o'clock Eastern time. So we're going to watch part 1, which is about 40 minutes. It is a seat held by a Republican in a blue district. Could be a pickup for Democrats. This is Oregon's 8th congressional district. So already taped, filmed. We're going to watch the first part at about 9:20. And we are going to take the second part as it goes live at 10 o'clock Eastern time. That's going to be Oregon's 8th congressional district debate. No, 5th congressional. I'm sorry. I was mixed up. 5th congressional district. I have everything. I got news. I've got police chases. We've got everything ready to go. Stick with us. Sorry, Bagheera. It's the Oregon 5th. And welcome in, Bagheera, Lenny, Avalon. Good evening. Frag, Snicks, T-, Alien. So glad to see everybody. DJ Dub. Who else snuck in here on me? Holiday. That was the Maryland Senate debate. Last I saw, also Brooks, 8th, 5th, 13th, 420th, district. What's the difference? Seriously. Came on early to cover the Maryland Senate debate. That one was fun just because they were both intelligent, reasonable people, even the Republican. You don't often get a Republican coming on and be like, I am going to vote to codify Roe. I'm for an assault weapons ban. You could see what it's like for a popular Republican in a blue state. Minty, good evening. If you are into a fifth, go ahead, light one up, tip one back. This is also the time that the Troll Patrol usually comes on, so I'm gonna hit you with the intro here. Especially because I really like this one. I really like this intro. Really get you hyped. Dawn, good evening. T-minus, thank you for the gift subs.
This is the Troll Patrol. Live. With JustinFREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. T-minus, thank you. Thank you for throwing out the gift subs. You are a champion. We've got all kinds of news we're going to cover. I don't really have it laid out. We're going to be flying by the seat of our pants because we're doing debates tonight. We just did the Maryland Senate debate. We've got the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate coming up at around 9:20. It's campaign season. The Harris campaign is actually pulling out the big guns. We got Obama over here. We're gonna take Obama here for a second. We'll get the Milton roundup. You know, I got all the crime stories. I got a couple of police chases. All that and a lot freaking more tonight on the Troll Patrol live. Oh, Bagheera don't want no Obama. It makes the libs happy. I would have voted for Obama a third time if I could have. That's not actually true. Maynard is not impressed with Obama. No one can blame him.
Right.
Live in Pittsburgh.
And real freedom also means that we're going to disagree on how each of us should live our lives. And we have to respect other people's
good evening.
views on these issues. You know, I've always said there are good people of conscience on both sides of the abortion divide. I respect anyone whose faith tells them that it is.
I don't know if it's bad audio or if he's just getting old.
But if we believe in freedom, then we should at least agree that such a deeply personal decision should be made by the woman whose body is involved and not by politicians.
Wayne's brain. I can't believe you got auto-modded there. There was nothing wrong with what you said.
It has been fascinating to watch Donald Trump just tie himself into a pretzel on this issue. I mean, when he ran for president the first time, he said he would support punishing women.
Ozzy Simba, thank you for throwing out the gift sub.
Thank you. Now, Well, a couple weeks ago, what did he say?
Fuzzy Simba, T-minus, you guys get a pick.
I'll be your protector.
We'll keep it on Obama. You want to do Milton coverage? You want to do crime news?
He handpicked
a police chase.
4 justices who overturned Roe versus Wade. Went out there and bragged about it. And now there are Trump abortion bans in 20 states, many of them with no exception.
Everything.
Or incest. And when he's asked about it, he says, well, everybody wanted to.
Michael, good evening.
Really? He thinks women want to have to drive hundreds of miles to find a doctor who can help them? Does he think doctors want to choose between letting a woman die or going to jail for giving her the life-saving care that she needs? That is not something people chose. Now, Donald Trump may be confused.
Man of the people. This was earlier today in L.A.
Stolen vehicle.
Let's get up to Gil Avis and Sky 5. Gil?
Gil.
Glenn and Lou, you're looking at this pickup truck. It's a stolen pickup truck that LAPD Southwest officers tried to pull over. It fled from them, and they are now in pursuit. It's been a pretty wild pursuit on Surface Street.
Apparently a stolen truck.
Area. We're currently here on Washington Boulevard. An airship is overhead and units behind the vehicle, but I can tell you
the
that
LA airship,
a construction site, ramming through the blockades of that construction site on Surface Streets near La Brea, and then hit one of the officers' vehicles. So it is not only a stolen vehicle, but also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. He just made that turn, left turn into a neighborhood here under some trees, but at this point, LAPD trying to do what they can to stop the vehicle, and he's going to make a right-hand turn there, continuing in this pursuit, desperate to get away. You see the airship overhead, and at this point,
great, this happened in L.A. earlier today.
But a lot of traffic on the major streets here in this area.
Seriously, somebody that was here the other night, oh, he's in a cul-de-sac. What the fuck are you going to do in a cul-de-sac, son? You fucked.
They have him pinned in here. Hopefully he doesn't try to ram those officers. This is a very dangerous situation. He's going to go up under the ground.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
By the officers, there might have been shots fired there because already this driver has hit one of the officers. So it's likely that they could have opened fire there. We haven't heard exactly if that happened, but here he is.
He's off again. He got out of it. I underestimated the competence of the cops.
There were blocks.
Never do that.
It's unclear.
Never do that.
But here he goes back out onto Washington, swinging out, and you see another officer there waiting for him. Again, a dangerous situation, no doubt.
Very aggressive behavior, obviously, Gil, and this is a stolen vehicle.
Never assume the cops are competent in anything.
Driver, any passengers, maybe you can comment on tinted windows. Seems like every time we have a pursuit,
that's a nice truck.
Tinted windows, so we can't necessarily see inside. But oftentimes, Gil, like that's the scary part about this. They are unclear as to who's driving, if the person is armed or possibly has some mental incapacitation this morning. Just a very scary situation in that cul-de-sac.
Absolutely, boy.
And also, I like the word cul-de-sac.
But innocent drivers out here on the streets, you can see him using that double yellow. He's gone the wrong side of the road. And yeah, it's unclear if there's any.
Once again, we get
people in the
a lot of chases out of L.A. because there's a lot of people in L.A. There's a helicopter in L.A.
It's pronounced. I'm not sure exactly the pronunciation of that.
But the other night we did both Houston and Philadelphia.
We have. He was on the freeway for a short time. He was on the 10 freeway westbound and got off the freeway. Now we're still back on surface streets here.
The Philadelphia one was awesome
in the area. So a very dangerous situation, no doubt.
We're lucky with police chases in L.A.
Wide shot, you can see the
they know they're being watched by you can see the helicopters and shit. They're usually really good.
And now here he goes. He might be stopping here, might be bailing. No.
Uh-oh.
Dead end. He's pulled into another dead end, and here he goes. He's jumping out, and he goes right.
Oh, whoa!
This is going to be it. So
that's the smartest thing.
Nobody else coming out of the vehicle. They got to make sure no one else is in there before they approach. a difficult situation for those officers.
It's not the funnest thing for me.
Like you said,
I want an eventful ending.
Hard to see inside that vehicle if there's anybody else.
That is the smart thing to. If you are running from the cops,
that's certainly good.
That's the smart thing to do.
And he gave up so easily after being so aggressive. So right now we've got charges of a stolen vehicle.
You still can't underestimate the LAPD
when he hit a patrol
their
car.
corruption.
Not to mention all the damage.
But with police chases like this,
and took off,
they're really good because
down the sidewalk.
they know they've got the helicopter.
At least at this point, it looks like he's going to give up pretty easily.
And Gil, is this street a dead end as well, or did he just stop?
To me, proving that the cops can do the right thing.
Definitely dead end. We can hear the airship talking about the street being a dead end, and as I'll pull out wider and show you there.
When they actually need to.
So nowhere to go for that driver. But now they pulled up their vehicles.
But also never underestimate the incompetence of the cops.
The approach, and at this point, the driver is complying. They have the door open on the passenger side, and it looks like they've cleared the vehicle, so nobody else inside, and now they're going to make their approach.
They have to do this pretty slowly here because, again, they have checked out the vehicle.
I knew it was a short one. I knew I was springing a short one on you, but this was earlier today. Apparently around 11:13 a.m.
Sure, for the officers.
Cali time.
In terms of these drivers sometimes being.
I don't know, Drake. Is it hot out there right now?
Well, you pointed out that.
Yeah, absolutely. Stolen.
We're kind of getting the fall weather over here on the East Coast,
and that's why they had to be cautious approaching the vehicle just in case there was a passenger possibly with a weapon, but that's not the case. And now the suspect who stole that black pickup truck is handcuffed, and he'll be placed in the back of the white and taken to jail for processing.
It was one of the police chases I have. I actually have two. News first. I guess since we are doing crime. Oh, let's start with this. Let's start with the mayor and his troubles. How long is Eric Adams going to be able to hang on? We've got another investigation. We got, I believe, the new police chief or the new police commissioner, the one that took over for the one that had to step down. He is also under investigation. He's going to be stepping down.
Another corruption investigation engulfs City Hall. This one reports leasing of commercial properties. Political reporter Marsha Kramer has this.
It was a joyous celebration.
We won't know anything else about the sheriff and the judge until the next court appearance in like January.
Mayor Adams demonstrating that despite all the corruption investigations bogging down his administration, he is determined not to give in.
As I stand here today on the African burial ground, I say my spirit.
Good evening.
I would never surrender.
That could have been a message to federal prosecutors who have charged him with bribery and taking illegal benefits from foreign nationals. But it also came as his administration is facing a new corruption investigation, this one by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and the City Department of Investigation. Sources say it involves the city's leasing of commercial properties and a number of officials, including Ingrid Lewis Martin, the mayor's chief advisor who's been a confidant of his for decades. Prosecutors seized Lewis Martin's phones a few weeks ago when she returned from a trip to Japan with another person reportedly involved in the probe, a broker involved in city leases, Diana Boutros. Lewis Martin's lawyer, Arthur Aidala, told CBS News New York he was confident that his client's actions will be found to have met the highest legal standards. A City Hall spokesman said, quote, "We expect employees to follow all ethical guidelines." All this as the mayor is moving closer to naming a permanent replacement for embattled interim police commissioner Tom Donlin. 9 days after he was named to replace Edward Caban, who resigned after the Fed seized his phones, Donlin himself himself was the target of an FBI search. They confiscated documents that came into his possession 20 years ago when he was a Homeland Security official.
And Marsha Kramer.
Wow!
We think Marsha is going to become the next police commissioner.
Well, I'm told that the mayor actually hasn't made up his mind yet, but there is a short list. It includes former First Deputy Commissioner Ben Tucker, who
amazing
cameras, the body-worn cameras.
Kanye, welcome in.
And also goes Sanitation Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who was also a member of the NYPD during the
Jessica.
She handled information technology. She gave all members of the NYPD smartphones and iPads.
Mentioning people here with stellar reputations, so we'll see what happens there. So I'm going to ask you what everyone asks me, what everyone asks you, and we're going to do this until we get a different answer. But what do we think about the mayor?
Well, you know, you and I talk about this on a regular basis.
Right.
The truth is that I think that it's going to depend on whether there are any more charges being brought. But right now, the mayor is trying to prove to Governor Hochul that he can run the city, and he's taking her advice. He's replaced almost everybody, or accepted their resignations and forced them out, who's had their phones confiscated. And so now we have to wait and see who he's going to appoint to fill those 10 positions. Already this week, he replaced First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright with Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, who, by the way, has shepherded the mayor's housing plan and has been wildly praised for it.
Yeah, okay. Wait and see is what this is about right now. Marsha.
How long can he last? Can he outlast the lettuce? We need a lettuce. Okay, I got another one for you. Let's go to the mayor of Atlantic City. He and his wife have pleaded not guilty, and this one's a doozy. I should hit the content warning.
Atlantic City Mayor Marty Small and his wife LaQuetta Small, the school superintendent, pled not guilty to beating and abusing their own teenage daughter today. They appeared in court in Mays Landing, their attorney issuing a statement.
School superintendent.
Entirely innocent parents targeted by prosecutors for their prominent public roles. The Smalls are being accused of beating and abusing their 15-year-old daughter in December and January.
That's all we get. That's kind of the big story. Here we can take the North Dakota governor's debate.
Implementation of an ethics commission. And if you see some of the things happening in the legislature, you probably understand why there's a resistance to having an ethics commission at all. So we have to, we've got a good leader of the ethics commission right now, someone who's in charge of it. And I think
it seems boring.
Effective in forming it up and establishing the guidelines and getting the processes in place. We're still kind of dragging our feet along those lines, but it
discount
needs to be
Mr.
there.
Rogers.
The people want it, and I think we'll
Ordered
get
him
there.
off Temu.
Michael Coachman.
Oh my God, he's already dead.
As far as how the ethics committee is moving, for a simple reason, everybody's protecting everybody.
This dude is an independent.
Not enforcing what is already being done. There's been
Michael Coachman.
Ethical events within, as far as I know, I've been here in North Dakota, but they get pushed aside or because cronyism. Until you start and making everybody accountable, it's just a Band-Aid on an artery. You can't do nothing until we make a change in government where people are not afraid to stand up and say, hey,
got nice facial hair.
Because most of the power, as far as the ethic, really belongs to the people. They're the ones who say, hey, look, this person's doing wrong. You need to do something about it. But no one really wants to take care of
He ain't really saying anything, though.
It's just a nice way of saying, we'll take care of it. You just go back to sleep.
Okay, and Representative Armstrong, a little bit further, the North Dakota Monitor recently did the story you're familiar with on your oil and gas assets. So You know, in terms of ethics, do you
Like,
believe that you can adequately regulate?
They dug him up for this debate because, you know, it's Halloween season.
It's been no secret that I've been in the oil and gas industry since I started in this.
Republican Kelly Armstrong.
2012. The single most important thing that has probably happened, or consequential and generational change in North Dakota, has been a bunch of companies figuring out how to crack the Bakken and the Three Forks. It's providing generational wealth and opportunities, not just for this generation, but the next generation of North Dakotans to come. I think having somebody who knows that industry, knows what it takes to do that, is a benefit, not a detriment. But at the same time, one of the things that frustrates me with a little of this is you demonize the industry. We don't say a banker can't vote on any banking regulation because he's there, or a farmer can't vote on any farming regulation, or a businessman, tech entrepreneur, and private equity guy can't vote on any of those things. When you have a specific conflict, you need to address it. You need to recuse yourself. But if you can't, but at the same time, if you have an asset in Southwest North Dakota and there's a vote on the oil industry,
ask Warlord, I guess
that is not a direct conflict. So you have to trust the people. You have to trust the people you're talking to. You have to make sure you disclose those things. And to your other overlaying question, I think with regards to the ethics committee, there are 1,000 different ways.
I would assume this dude's loaded.
We should do that. You shouldn't have to do an open records request to get things. It's the 21st century. A lot of this stuff can be put online. But one of the things that frustrated me at the article, because you don't get the whole quote, is I spend 80 to 90 hours a year doing my financial disclosure, hire a campaign lawyer and an accountant full time. You know, it's a great process if you have the resources and you have an office staff to do that. We don't have that with North Dakota legislatures. They're volunteer legislators. So there has to be a way in which you can have more transparency, more disclosure, but you're not causing a volunteer legislature who serves every 2 years for 81 days to have to fork over 10 to 25 grand a year to file an ethics disclosure. We need more transparency. It should be more readily available, but we also should recognize we have the greatest form of representative government, I think, in the country, because everybody gets to go home and do a day job other than the 81 days in which they serve in the state Senate or the state House.
Thank you for your answers on that.
Can I do a follow-up on that, please?
No, we have to move on. We've got a lot of topics I want to get to. So, next topic is: do you believe the state should have a voucher program for school choice?
Joey, good evening.
Start with Michael Coachman.
I'm going to have to. I know what you're saying, but I'm going to have to address this issue what he just said. In 2017, he passed SB 2134, talking about giving.
Gave you a taste of the North Dakota governor's debate. I think that's about what it deserves. Obama has already finished up his speech. We're going to watch the Oregon 5th Congressional District at about 9:20. First part's already aired. We're going to watch the first part and then check out the second part when it drops at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. I feel like that's a real bummer. I don't really want to. Yeah, I want to do the other death and destruction. I don't want to do that. We watch Trump ramble. Yeah, let's watch Trump ramble for a little bit. So he was asked a question about his parenting style.
You know, we've known each other for a while, and I know your children and I have been just enormously impressed with
6:20 on the West Coast time.
Lifestyles, and you did a great job raising them. How did you do that? Everybody here loves their kids, and you mentioned about creating an environment where we can pass our businesses down to our children, basically tax-free or something close to that. What did you do with your children to make them so responsible and so involved in everything that you do?
Well, I'm fortunate in that, you know, they're smart children. Many of you have smart, and some will have some that aren't so smart, and you have to understand that happens to them. And you're going to love them just as much. But, you know, I have smart children, and they've been good academically, et cetera, et cetera. But very important.
Dawn and Mary had one that wasn't so smart.
No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. And they'd go out And Ivanka would say, Dad, stop telling me that. I said, I'm going to tell it to you every time I see you. I'm going to drive you wild with this. You're going to, no drugs, no alcohol. And I would say that. And I hope that, because who knows, right? But they don't have any of those problems. I mean, I've seen friends, very smart people. They have smart kids, but their kids get hooked on drugs or they get hooked on alcohol. Alcohol is, in many ways, like they tell me, I don't know.
He's just rambling.
I had a great brother, who was a wonderful guy, but he had an alcohol problem. And he sort of do the same. He said, don't ever drink alcohol. He was...
Light one up, tip one back, fuckers.
You know, I put cigarettes in that same category, almost that same category, but they're certainly
Didn't say shit about pot.
But I would always tell my kids, because I've seen parents that had brilliant children, went to the best schools, they were great, but they got hooked on drugs or alcohol, and they never made it. They couldn't compete, basically. You know, they never made it. And many of them are dead. Many of them die. They die with this fentanyl that's coming in. I'm going to get that problem. I had that problem almost solved with President Xi, by the way. And I said, you have to impose the maximum.
You got hooked on phonics.
Or we're not going to, you know, I would always talk about trade.
That happens.
We have the power of trade. And I said, well, we're just not going to get along on trade. Hence, I can do things like we talked about. I don't want to go into it, but we can do things. And he and I had a handshake on he was going to impose the maximum penalty on people that run companies that sell us through Mexico. Almost all of it comes through Mexico.
This is about his kids.
And the maximum penalty is the death penalty. And he was going to impose that. And then we had the transfer power. And this guy came in and he didn't know what to do with anything. And so that went down the tubes. But one of the first things I'm going to do is talk to him about that, because they were going to give the death penalty to anybody sending fentanyl into this country. And that would have really solved
This is about kids.
And the other thing I said,
no mention of Tiffany.
Nice I don't like saying it, but, you know, I've seen a lot of countries. I deal with all of them, and I know that all of them. And the only ones that don't have a drug problem are the ones.
I like Tiffany, or I want to like Tiffany.
We can set up all of our blue ribbon committees. Everybody calls.
I feel like she's still a piece of shit.
My friends call me. Could I be on that blue ribbon committee?
I think she's cute.
A blue ribbon committee on drugs and how to stop.
I feel sorry for her.
Lords who are very smart people, very, very vicious, very smart, and we'll have these people.
He's just rambling. That dude can't be president. Holy shit, that dude can't be president. Surely he will not be president. But I never underestimate the stupidity of good old USA. Let's do fucking shit. Here is burglars apparently stealing lawmakers' cars in New Jersey.
They are investigating a break-in at the home of a lawmaker, a state lawmaker. The home was ransacked, but as Nick Calloway tells us, the burglars were only after one thing.
In the early morning hours Wednesday, criminals enter this home.
I guess they used some pry bar or something like that. They broke the frame.
Paul Knitra is a Republican New Jersey state assemblyman. He says one burglar slipped into the window, then let the other one in the front door. Knitra and his wife are staying at the relative's home during a renovation. He was out of town, but his wife and mother-in-law were both.
I got a bomb maker.
When the thieves broke in.
What could have happened if my wife came down the stairs and confronted these individuals?
The criminals
It sounded weird if my Fed is listening.
Finding car keys, then exited through the front door and stole Knitra's SUV.
This is to secure your outside doors.
News of the home invasion has neighbors ramping up their personal security.
What does it take for a police officer to get here? 15 minutes? 10, 15? A lot of bad stuff can happen in a very short period.
Car thefts in New Jersey are on the rise in recent years. According to FBI data, more than 16,000 vehicle thefts were reported statewide last year, compared to just under 14,000 in 2022 and just under 9,000 in 2021. Gangs frequently use juveniles to commit crimes like this because they face lighter sentences than adults. Assemblyman Knitra says he plans to introduce legislation that would crack down on those juveniles.
So unless there is some kind of real penalty that they're facing, we're never going to get them to give up.
You want to put them in the gulag? You want to put kids in a gulag?
Found by police, ditched in New York City. In Hazlitt Township, New Jersey, Nick Calloway, CBS News, New York.
Okay, let's check this out. Dude got sent to jail because his name was misspelled.
In a Fox 13 investigation, a man sent to jail at 201 Poplar for months, all because of a single letter in his last name. It is a mix-up that cost Anthony Robertson months of his life.
Fuck!
Telling Fox 13 about what he went through. Fox 13's investigative reporter Kayla Solomon joins us in studio. Kayla, 5 months behind bars. This is all over a letter?
Yeah, Darcy. Now, a warrant for Anthony Roberson, who you see here on the left, it was for aggravated rape and kidnapping. It turned into Anthony Robertson, the man on the right, being taken into custody. It took 4 months for him to be released.
Wow.
Marshals, like with the shield up, like with rifles pointed, they like, put your hands up and come down the steps.
Anthony Robertson says he moved to Ohio a year ago, but in February of this year, he was told there was a warrant for his arrest out of Shelby County for aggravated rape, kidnapping, and other violent crimes.
God damn!
I'm saying, no, sir, y'all got to have the wrong person. That's not me. Like,
Robertson says he was held in an Ohio jail for a month and then extradited to the jail at...
No, this should have been taken care of at the arraignment. He should have had a public defender be like, oh no, you got the wrong guy here.
201 Poplar, where he remained until July 3rd. He was in jail for a total of 5 months.
it was just like,
Dang.
That was sad. Like every day I got up, every day expected to lose my life, and they're on some charges that had absolutely nothing to do with me.
The mix-up. An active warrant out for 36-year-old Anthony Roberson, a repeat offender who has been indicted at least twice for rape and kidnapping. And here's the next twist.
Anthony.
At the time of Robertson's arrest, Roberson was already in custody at 201 Poplar and remains in custody today.
Stupid cops.
Anthony Robertson, also with a December birthday, was still not released.
It still triggers me, like, to see officers just coming towards me. Even though I know I haven't done anything, it's just like affecting me, and I think it's gonna continue to affect me for the rest of my life.
Since his release, Robertson says he's had trouble returning back to his regular life, including losing his job and dealing with PTSD from his time in the jail. His record is now expunged, but he's now asking for help from attorney Andre Wharton to hold the right people accountable. Wharton says they're filing a lawsuit.
Get you some money.
Largely about the balls that were dropped. If you got an individual in custody, I would imagine some human error took place.
72 hours max, Lord.
But
they've been handled within 24, 48.
As a human error is usually a human being like Anthony.
Now, you heard Wharton talk about human error here. I attempted to find out more information on where the potential mix-up happened. The sheriff's office sent a statement explaining how the warrants process works, pointing out that warrants are issued by the courts and all personal information is included on that warrant, as well as fingerprints. Criminal court says they have no record of Robertson, which makes sense since it was expunged. The DA's office says they are looking further into this. Fox 13 will continue investigating what led to Robertson's arrest. Darcy?
It's just horrible. That man lost his life. That is Fox 13's Kayla Solomon reporting live tonight. Thank you, Kayla.
I don't know. I think I could do like 5 months behind bars for a few million. If it works out that way. A 15-year-old has been arrested A 19-year-old at a Memphis chop shop. They busted up a chop shop.
And I saw my car and I was immediately like, oh, that's my car, that's my car.
A Memphis woman helped police track down her stolen vehicle using a tracking device. But once officers found it, they say they also found a chop shop. And that chop shop bust happened in the backyard of a South Memphis home.
Fox 13's Daniel Wilkerson joins us live tonight. Daniel, Fox 13 had the only cameras there when this bust happened.
Yeah, I tell you, and I was there as well. As you heard Daryl say, police found these stolen cars in the backyard of a very small home in South Memphis. And tonight, the woman who led police to this alleged chop shop is speaking only with Fox 13 News.
Fox 13 News was the only station outside a South Memphis home Tuesday when investigators say they located a chop shop. Officers say they found 5 stolen vehicles in the backyard of a home in the 1400 block of Kerr Avenue. LaQuintia Connor, owner of a 2000
It's fun saying chop shop.
stolen, says she helped lead police to that alleged chop shop.
They came and knocked on
Chop
my door
shop.
and they said that they watched them steal my car. I was like, why didn't you chase them?
Connor says she called the dealership where she bought her car and asked them to track it. The dealership tracked Connor's Kia to a home in the 1400 block of Gill Avenue in South.
Why didn't you chase them?
She says she rode with police to find her car.
I'm in the back of a cop car. I've never been in the back of a cop car, so it was uncomfortable.
Officers say once on Gill Avenue, they found a vacant home under construction. They say a search of the backyard turned up nothing, but from the backyard looking southeast into the backyard of a home on the next street, Kerr Avenue, they say they spotted Connor's silver Kia Soul along with 4 other stolen vehicles.
And I saw my car and I was immediately like, oh, that's my car, that's my car.
Police say they detained 2 people at the home on Kerr Avenue. 19-year-old Nino Caesar, along with a 15-year-old, have been charged in the alleged crimes. Once in custody, Fox 13 News had the only cameras rolling as tow trucks lined the street, and then, one by one, they brought the vehicles out of the backyard. A gray 2017 Kia Optima stolen from Rayner Street. A black 2016 Chevy Equinox stolen out of Cordova. A 2014 white Hyundai Sonata, along with a gray 2013 Hyundai Elantra stolen from the same owner who lives in Cordova. And then there was that 2014 silver Kia Soul owned by LaQuintia Connor. Connor says as she sat in the back of the cop car, she recognized one of the suspects as someone she'd seen in her neighborhood.
He had my clothes on. I was like,
yeah, fucking Kia.
yes, he had my clothes on. I was like, oh my
Had
God.
her clothes on.
Confirmed it. Like, he had on my anime hoodie.
I tell you, what a story. Back out here live at the police department tonight, we're Quincy Connor. Connor says as she sat in the back of the cop car, she recognized one of the suspects as someone she'd seen in her neighborhood.
He had my clothes on. I was like, no, he did not. Yes, he had my clothes on. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, that confirms it. Like, he had on my anime hoodie.
I tell you, what a story. Back out here live at the police
Indeed.
tonight, we're told that Connor does have
The most absurd news, politics,
she's in college.
current events.
She's in cosmetology school, and she will
What we cover here on the Troll Patrol.
her supplies and her books, and so your heart goes out to her. Darcy, as we bring you back in, we should mention, as you heard, she led police to this alleged chop shop. They had her in the back of the car, probably for her safety, but she says as she was sitting in the back of the cop car, one of the owners of one of the stolen cars came out. They thought that she was a suspect. She says that person called her out of her name. So I tell you, she just can't catch a break.
So she got called out of her name, got her car stolen, and got her hoodie stolen, clearly. That's a lot for that poor young woman. That's Fox 13's Daniel Wilkerson reporting live tonight. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Goddamn. Road workers have been arrested in St. Louis for apparently falsely claiming that cops attacked them.
A road worker who claimed to me he was assaulted by an angry driver was arrested 1 hour before he was able to tell us his story. It happened in South County Thursday, September 26th, where road crews are repaving sections of Lindbergh. The incident was here at the corner of Lindbergh and Lee May Ferry, where this left turn lane was coned off, and there was a temporary sign in the middle of the road saying no left turn because all of the lanes you see highlighted were closed. A safety worker claimed an angry driver pulled into this blocked off portion and assaulted him. But that worker was arrested right before our interview, charged as the aggressor.
I didn't think this road was going to be very bad.
23-year-old Garrett Gibbs was working for a different contractor nearby.
I watched the argument for probably 10, 15 seconds, and then I noticed that the door was open and the guy was outside of his vehicle. You know, and that's pretty hefty, you know, a guy getting outside of his vehicle in a work zone. You know, it's like somebody coming into your office and causing a problem, you know. He wanted to turn and he kept saying that he was a police officer so he can make that turn.
Gibbs snapped this picture of the driver's car with a temp tag that appears to have expired a few days prior. Gibbs says the car is inside their work zone. You can see the no left turn sign to the right.
You know, in case this dude does something crazy or drives through the work zone, hits somebody, you know, I've got something.
Gibbs said he tried to calm things down.
The off-duty officer then took a swing at one of the workers, the one I was standing in between, and he missed him and he actually hit me. He caught me right in the mouth here.
What? Described he and two other workers holding the driver until police arrived.
They cuffed him and then we had to go back to work, but they proceeded to talk to him in our work zone because this happened around 10:30. They kept him inside of our work zone until 3 o'clock whenever we picked it up.
After 4.5 hours waiting in that work zone, Gibbs says St. Louis County Police let the man drive off.
I don't believe he was breathalyzed. I don't know if the car was searched or anything. So the officers were informed that we believed he was drunk.
Police say they won't tell us who that off-duty officer was or if he was breathalyzed. Gibbs says he and his co-workers were never questioned. 10 days later, police arrested two of them, Matt Devlin and Donnie Hurley.
This sounds fishy.
Kidnapping and armed criminal action.
What?
The record is sealed. It's as if this case does not exist, despite the fact two road workers are now in the St. Louis County Justice Center behind me, facing possibly decades in prison. The employer of Gibbs and Devlin, NB West, wrote me, "We are deeply concerned about the work zone incident that transpired on the evening of September 26th. In response, we initiated a comprehensive internal investigation to thoroughly understand the circumstances surrounding the events. Our commitment is unwavering to maintain a safe, respectful, and supportive work environment for all employees."
Stand by your employees.
Almost every day it seems like there's a road worker getting killed.
Defendant Matt Devlin's wife, Celeste, thought she would be hearing about the driver.
For violating road construction. There's all kinds of laws that he broke prior to the altercation even happening. You know, he went through all the traffic cones, all the safety
There's some bullshit going on.
He went through them.
Despite the fact the record is sealed, the defendants still get their day in court. So I came to see the judge who monitors first appearances and learned that defendant Devlin is being held on a $250,000 cash-only bond, defendant Hurley on a $100,000 cash-only bond, and will return here next week when their attorneys will argue for a bond reduction.
For what?
We'll have to provide more answers. For the Fox Files, I'm Chris Hayes.
We've got to wait a week? Oh God, that was scary. There. Media wins. Good evening. These road workers got assaulted by an off-duty cop who was drunk. The police showed up and they were gonna. They apparently held him until he sobered up enough to drive. And then they came back and they arrested the road workers, and now they're holding the road workers on some insane charges, like kidnapping and like assault. They arrested the victims. We're all a victim of this dude staring at us. He's undressing me with his eyes. Makes me uncomfortable. I hope they get paid as well. Let's go to California lawmakers playing politics with a young woman's memory. What, like, they gaslighted some woman. Listening.
We'll never get to see firsthand how things really work here in California's state capital, where a one-party Democratic supermajority has a lot of power. Well, tonight, we're giving you a glimpse through the eyes of two California parents who watched as your elected officials played politics with their daughter's memory.
I miss those days.
What the hell does that even mean?
And laughing and just having fun. And
we've got dramatic music.
Capilouto found her 20-year-old daughter slumped over sideways, still sitting on the floor in front of her mirror where she'd been taking off her makeup the night before.
You know, this friend just got married.
Alexandra was home from college for a visit.
You know, they're all growing up without her.
She was having trouble sleeping and made the fatal decision to buy a prescription pain pill on Snapchat.
We were completely blindsided.
These home surveillance videos are the last images of Alexandra alive, holding what she thought was Percocet. The dealer later admitted he knew it was laced with fentanyl.
Soon after Alex died, we came up with this idea of an admonishment.
A documented warning for people convicted of fentanyl crimes that if they deal fentanyl,
can't trust your Percocet dealer. Who can you trust?
Be charged with murder. It was intended to mirror the warning drunk drivers get when they're convicted of a DUI, credited with dramatically decreasing drunk driving deaths.
In order to hold a drug dealer accountable for a death, you have to prove that they were aware of those dangers.
They named their warning Alexandra's Law.
Good morning.
Alexandra's parents just wanted to save others from the same fate. Instead, they got a masterclass in California politics.
As you can imagine, I'm frustrated to be here again.
Alexandra's Law was introduced 5 times.
Sounds about right.
And it never got past the public safety committees.
I think people don't understand how this process works, and it first has to get out of committee, which just consists of a handful of people.
I will continue to not be supporting this bill tonight.
Opponents like Bay Area Senators Scott Wiener and Nancy Skinner.
Scott Wiener!
People who don't realize they're selling fentanyl could also get the admonishment, like young people at parties with friends.
As parents, I would welcome that warning.
But if they do it again as an adult, they could face murder charges.
Makes sense to me. They were clearly aware of the dangers.
What do you say to those folks who say Alexandra did something illegal too?
They're right, and she paid a price. She took half of this pill before going to bed, and it killed her within minutes. A poor choice, the evil choice, was by that man who chose to risk her life to make a few dollars, and that person bears accountability.
More than 100 people
testified. Why lace a pill with fentanyl? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Of Alexandra's Law.
I'm standing here on behalf of all the brown and black moms. Jeff
and Zach
and Cameron, Merrick.
I don't understand why we have this problem.
Had this passed 4 years ago, their kids might be alive today.
In a show of bipartisan support,
it is not in a drug dealer's best interest to kill their
signed on as co-op
customer,
with dozens more from the assembly.
If we could have got it to the floor for a vote.
That's the cool thing about drugs is people just keep buying them.
Get through these 4 senators on a committee that killed Alexandra's Law before.
You may disagree with this, but at least let them weigh in on it.
Instead, this time,
Senator Wahab,
the Democrats on the committee,
Bradford,
simply didn't vote.
Skinner,
they sat silent,
Wiener,
killing Alexandra's Law a final time without a single vote against the bill on the record. Senator Aisha Wahab, the committee chair, wasn't even there.
We don't elect these people to go to Sacramento to not vote.
So Matt took matters into his own hands, attempting to let the public vote on Alexandra's Law themselves.
We'd like to file this ballot initiative.
Okay.
But unlike lawmakers who can vote to put something on your ballot, everyday Californians must gather more than 500,000 signatures to qualify. He quickly realized he and his group of fellow bereaved parents couldn't do it alone.
It's expensive. So that didn't work out, but we were fortunate.
That's when Californians for Safer Communities, a group of district attorneys, retailers, and crime victims, offered to add Alexandra's Law to their ballot measure, which is now Prop 36, intended to increase penalties for some theft and hard drug offenses.
Yeah, that was...
It already had more than enough money and signatures to qualify.
Victory.
Yeah, finally something going our way.
But the victory was short-lived.
I don't think there's a need to have it on the ballot.
The governor fought hard to keep Prop 36 off the ballot, arguing
Percocet would be like the next step up from hydrocodone.
It's a better approach to governing.
Then Alexandra's parents watched.
It's disgusting.
As the governor and Democratic leaders
they defiled my daughter.
Used their daughter's name.
There's a fake Alexandra's Law.
Newsom and Democratic leaders introduced a competing ballot measure with a different version of Alexandra's Law, intended to kill the real Alexandra's Law already in Prop 36.
No one here, not the governor, not the author, no one from the majority party had the courage to call Matt and ask him if you could use her name in this language.
There were audible gasps among lawmakers on the assembly floor when Placer County Assemblyman Joe Patterson revealed leadership had never asked permission to use Alexandra's name.
We've been trying to get an interview with you.
This is Senator Wahab, the chair of the Public Safety Committee that killed the real Alexandra's Law without a vote. Then she included Alexandra's name without permission in the bill she authored for the governor's ballot measure.
I know. So just quick question. Did you know that the governor added Alexandra's Law to your bill, Senator, without asking her parents' permission?
She declined multiple interview requests and refused to speak with us at the Capitol. And when the sergeant passed her our note on the Senate floor, which is how reporters can request interviews during floor session, she handed it back.
Organizational Pop.
Name to a short
Thank you
list
for
of
your
senators
recommendation for the best viewers.
You know, what I've been able to see firsthand is
Wow,
how
this story is
there's an
mind
abuse of
blowing.
power.
Alexandra's parents believe the decision to play politics with their daughter's memory
Hi, Matt. My name is Dana Williamson. I'm Governor Newsom's chief of staff.
came from the very top.
I just called to apologize that we didn't reach out to you about the Alexandria's Law.
Alexandria. Mispronouncing Alexandra's name only added insult to injury. Wow. Shortly after Newsom's chief left that voicemail,
That battle was won.
the governor pulled his competing ballot measure.
War's not over. We're still.
Fuck you, Newsom.
Leaving the real Alexandra's Law as the only Alexandra's Law on this year's ballot.
Finally, we won.
Well, they want it.
Now, the governor's office declined multiple requests to sit down with us for an interview, but in a written statement, they called Alexandra's parents' advocacy admirable.
Wow. Let's go to a train collapsing in Florida from Hurricane Milton.
Lost water. Well, the water is back on, but you need to boil it before using it. That crane collapse is some of the worst damage we saw in downtown St. Pete. It fell into an office building on Central Avenue. Now, we're happy to tell you that no one was hurt, but removing the rest of that crane will be a tough job. Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is downtown to show us why.
St. Pete officials say wind speeds that the city hasn't seen in more than 50 years, gusts as high as 101 miles per hour, caused this crane to fall at the 400 Central building construction site last night. Police now have closed from 1st Avenue North to 1st Avenue South and 3rd Street to 5th Street as they assess the damage and remove the crane. The city building official says it's the developer and contractor's responsibility to remove the crane, and they have liability insurance to protect any surrounding buildings. The developer tells me one crane cap and the upper section of the mast fell. They'll have to bring in another crane to remove those parts, and it will probably take a few days. The contractor and developer are flying in an engineer to check the other 2 cranes at the site before they put them back in service. City officials say those taller tower cranes take specialized crews weeks to disassemble, and there wasn't enough time before Milton. They alerted residents and businesses in the area before the storm about the concerns.
Truthfully, I mean, it was a devastating thing when it fell, but with a failure like that, it's probably the best case scenario. If it would have pulled the entire tower,
that's the best case scenario.
Probably fallen about 600 to 700 feet away. There's really no regulation that we have locally in place to, dictate that you have to use a certain design wind speed for your cranes. That's something that we could definitely look at in the future. But you have to remember, this is an incident that we haven't seen the wind speeds here, 50 years at least.
The outer and inner roof of Tropicana Field also blew off last night. St. Pete's City Development Administrator says 14 people were inside the stadium when it happened, security and other people associated with Tropicana Field. They safely relocated to another part of the building. The Rays said in a statement, quote, over the coming days and weeks, we expect to be able to assess the true condition of Tropicana Field. In the meantime, we are working with law enforcement to secure the building. Mayor Ken Welch says it's going to take a little longer to restore the power just because of the extent of the damage to the power system here. Crews are also out assessing the damage across the city, a lot of down power lines and trees, and they ask you to please stay home today to let them do their work and try to get the city back to normal. St. Pete also
Flash, good evening.
to 18 inches of rain. Reporting in St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
I guess he's meaning like the best case scenario if a crane is going to fall. Surveying the damage. This is put up just like an hour ago. This is
Hello, everyone, and thank
recent
you so
reporting.
much for joining us. We begin our report with the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. The storm made landfall Wednesday night as a Category 3 hurricane near Siesta Key on the western side of Florida. Milton spawned more than 30 tornadoes and caused catastrophic storm surge. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says some areas received up to 18 inches of rain. State officials confirm at least 10 people have died, and according to Power Outage US, about 3 million Floridians are without electricity.
Something bit my titty.
Thousands of residents spent the night in shelters while others evacuated. One of those shelters, Field in St. Petersburg, had its roof ripped off. No injuries were reported there. Stadium officials say the venue's roof was built to withstand 115-mile-per-hour winds. However, with Milton, winds reached a maximum of sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. On Thursday, President Joe Biden warned conditions in Florida are still very dangerous. He also addressed the problem with the spread of storm disinformation.
We know from previous hurricanes that it's often the case. The more lives are lost the days following the storm than actually during the storm itself. Vice President Harris and I have been in constant contact with the state and local officials. We're offering everything they need, despite the misinformation and lies. The truth is,
about 30 minutes away from the
to rescue, recover, and
Oregon
rebuild.
5th Congressional District debate.
I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen in Daytona Beach, Florida. I know you've been hard at work this entire time, Tom. Just give us a sense of what areas were hit the hardest there in Florida.
Hey there, Jerika. Good to be with you. Well, you know, because this storm carved across virtually every part of Florida, the center of Florida, it's really hard to quantify which parts were hit the hardest. But let's start on the western side, because no doubt that is where the storm slammed in and caused devastating conditions. As you mentioned, that storm
Don't drive
a community that
in water that high. You will get swept away.
Hurricane Helene. That includes the debris piles and a massive blender of a storm picking up that debris and hurling it through the air, causing just unspeakable
Now, everybody in chat's cool.
Then when the storm moved through the center, it dropped tornadoes, which were also deadly.
Just don't know what happened with my
damaging.
titty.
Once it got to our side of Florida on the eastern coast, you know, Milton did not go quietly here. Just take a look behind me. You can see that the surf is still roaring hours after the storm has completely left. Now, I want to talk about the seawall here, which we are standing in front of, and you can see that these powerful waves have begun to
Even if you're in a big truck, you shouldn't drive in those waters. I'm just saying.
Case, just behind me over there, that was standing yesterday. Now it is on its side. The hotel we were staying at, there's
I might have got teased.
no, but that pales in
Earl of the Gray, good evening.
the death toll here, which also the eastern side of the island or of the state had a significant death toll. We're talking on the eastern side in St. Petersburg and Volusia County. Deaths in each of those counties, 1 in Polk and Citrus counties and 5 in St. Lucie counties from that outbreak of tornadoes. You know, Jerika, these storms are hard.
The car definitely shouldn't be doing that.
Fascinating. They are interesting, but they are also devastating every single time.
And speaking of devastation,
I don't know if I condemn them standing in the water like that. That seems like it could be fun.
Counties there. Evacuation orders, as you know, were placed for dozens of those counties. Give us a sense of what happened to those that you've been able to speak to who did listen to those warnings. And again, you mentioned the few counties on that other side that have had the reports of deaths, but what are you hearing about?
20 minutes away from the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate.
Rescue efforts are well underway at this point. On the Gulf side, 14 100 different crews were standing by ready to carry out search and rescue efforts, and they have been all day, busy at work, pulling people from their homes, rescuing people in the flood zones. That has also been the case here on the west or on the east or on the eastern side of the state as well, Jerika. We have seen crews at work, both trying to restore power, also urging people to avoid going back to their homes in those flood zones. You know, we visited a flood zone earlier today, which was inundated with flood water from the storm, homes that had 1-2 feet of standing water. Now, the one thing about that water is you're not just walking through water, you're walking through potentially debris, downed power lines that could still be live wires, toxic chemical leaks. Those are things to consider, and still people were going back to what was left of their homes, Jerika. People are eager to get back to see what has happened to their homes.
Yeah, really unfortunate for so many people there. Tom Hansen in Daytona Beach, thank you for your reporting. I want to go now to CBS News meteorologist and hurricane expert David Yeomans. Thank you so much for joining us, David. Hurricane Milton developed obviously very quickly, but it was unique, I understand, because it didn't hit at its highest intensity. Explain to our viewers what that means.
That's exactly right. This was remarkable in a number of ways. First of all, this was the second fastest intensifying Atlantic hurricane that we have ever seen. We talk about rapid intensification. That means a storm gains 35 miles per hour of wind speed in a day. This storm gained more than 90 miles per hour of wind speed in just 12 hours. Here's the storm on the maps Monday afternoon after rapidly intensifying as a monster Category 5. But fortunately, as predicted, even though the water was warm ahead of this storm, the atmospheric conditions started to rip the storm up a little bit. Upper level winds or wind shear weakened it to a Category 3 by landfall, then into a Category 1, and now the storm is no longer officially tropical. It seems like every single hurricane that has hit the U.S. recently has rapidly intensified until it hits land. Basically, it's hit at its maximum intensity. Luckily, this storm did not. It made landfall with winds near 120 miles per hour instead of 185 miles per hour like it had on Monday.
Wow. David, I want to talk about those tornadoes. You know, I think when you think of hurricanes, you don't always think of tornadoes, the ones that emerged on Wednesday. How rare was something like that?
You know, it's not rare to see tornadoes from a hurricane, but it is rare to see a tornado outbreak and also strong tornadoes like we saw here. Look at the maps. These are all of the cumulative tornado warnings issued in the state of Florida.
Tornado.
All-time Florida record, 126 tornado warnings in one day. Out of those, so far we have 38 reported tornadoes. 38. Compare that to Helene, which produced 20 reported tornadoes, and Debbie, another storm that hit the U.S. this year, only produced 5.
We saw in the last live shot with Tom Hansen, the storm has moved on, but you can still see those waves crashing. Talk to us about what people sort of in the southeast region may expect to feel in terms of the after effects.
It's on its way.
Moves out to sea.
Yeah, luckily the storm is really improving or gone for the hardest hit areas, but the southeastern coast of the east coast of Florida, the coast of Georgia, and South Carolina still dealing with some of the winds from this storm. You can see on the map the tropical storm force wind field is still over 400 miles wide, and it's not that far from the coast. It will continue to move away, but with winds that strong and over that large of an area, we do still have a little bit of storm surge on the east coast of Florida. Storm surge, remember, is the rise in ocean level from the storm. Storm surge warnings have been allowed to expire, but we still have up to 3 feet of ocean level rise in places like Jacksonville, also backing up the St. Johns River.
All right, David Yeomans for us in Chicago.
Okay, check this out. Officials are warning to avoid the gators, stingrays, and snakes that may be present after the flooding.
Earnest Research Support and Services. Frank, Alligator Rob with the best facial hair I've seen all day. Frank, thank you so much for your time. First of all, what kinds of things can be hiding in the water besides debris?
Well, it depends on where you're at. If you're coastal, you have to worry about everything from stingrays to alligators. You know, depends if you're in South Florida, you got to think about crocodiles, snakes. Of course, probably better things to worry about, but it's definitely something to be aware of and keep on your mind.
All right, so how serious can this threat be? Because we see a lot of people, you know, when we're looking at the video and the aftermath, we see a lot of people walking around. How serious is this threat potentially?
It's no more serious than normal if you're paying attention to your surroundings and using a little bit of common sense.
Just punch into the snoot.
Obviously, if it's not water you can see through, you probably shouldn't be wading through it. If you know you have the local wildlife in your area, it's something to maybe carry. If you have to walk through it, carry a walking stick, something to put ahead of in front of you to feel where you're going. Again, a lot of times, just a little bit of common sense fixes a lot of things.
And this may be an obvious answer here, but what is the most common call that you get, Frank?
Last night I had a couple of calls of snakes in houses, just looking for a dry spot.
His name was like Alligator Bob or something. Media Winch.
Awake all night. When things start getting wet, you know, when it comes to snakes, usually they go to a higher ground. With alligators, they're typically in culverts or areas underneath neighborhoods, and the floodwaters flood them out. So then maybe you see them more often than you did before because the areas they were in are now flooded. So they're out kind of exploring new areas the same way the people are.
You know,
I wanted to go back and find him
we see
again.
all of this flood water. We see water up to, you know, cars' side view mirrors there. We can see that, you know, any apartment on the first floor there certainly took on water.
Frank Alligator Rob.
To people in the areas that are dealing with all of this flood water.
Frank Alligator Rob is the man talking.
That come along with that flood water.
It's always the things you can't see, you know, that should worry you when you're dealing with microscopic organisms and bacteria. Those are the things to be really concerned about. Wildlife is going to be wildlife no matter what. The last thing they want to do is have an interaction with you.
Yeah, to you, dude.
It's the bacteria, pathogens, things of that nature that should really be on people's mind, and you shouldn't be wading around the water barefoot.
You're right about that.
A common sense thing again. And if you can be out of the water, you definitely don't want to be in the water. That's it's a chemical hazard for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Frank, before we let you go, I'm hoping that you will share with us a situation that surprised even you, somebody who deals with this and works with this every single day.
Yeah, Frank Alligator Rob.
Yeah, there was our last hurricane last year. I helped a lady get an alligator out of her house. It was a call that came through, and she was a hoarder, so it was a house that
she was a hoarder,
full all the way up. I remember it took 3 or 4 hours to get to where the alligator was at, and then clear a path and to get the animal back out. So you just, when it comes to wildlife things, you never know what you're going to see. There's always curveballs thrown in there.
And where was that alligator, and how big was it?
That was a 10-footer in Titusville.
Goodness.
It was during the hurricane. She'd walked outside to have a cigarette and left her door open, and her whole yard was flooded.
She walked outside to have a cigarette, and a 10-foot alligator walked in?
In the middle of a hurricane. Yes, ma'am.
In the middle of a hurricane.
And you got it out safely?
We all have our priorities, I guess, right?
Good point. Good point.
Wow.
Alligator Rob, you're doing great work down there. Very important work, because I got to say.
Alligator Rob. Plot twist, the alligator called him for help. Okay, you're not going to believe what I'm getting ready to tell you right now. Might be another storm coming behind Milton.
David Nazario, he's streaming live all day yesterday. You know, this is not something that we didn't expect. We expected trees to be down. The ground is saturated. The winds were high. And it's out there, and we're trying to get power back on. It looks like 50,000 people now without power in Marion County. I mean, what's your takeaway so far as you've seen and kind of assessed some of the damage that we've been able to show?
Truthfully, and I'm glad to be able to say this, but this was what we fully had forecasted. This is kind of what we put together even upwards of a week, 2 weeks before Milton's arrival. And it's nice to see that a lot of our local and state officials have taken this threat serious, especially post-Helene.
Right.
Helene gave us a black eye, especially along the west coast of our viewing area, let alone the northern half of Florida into the Big Bend area. So it was great to see everyone dialed in. We were cranking out the proper forecasting material for our viewers to get everyone ahead of the storm as best we could.
Seems like a lot of people did.
Toot your own horn, little guy.
We have not heard of very many injuries, which is great.
Yes.
And a lot of people evacuated.
10 people have died.
And they were ready for it.
Exactly. Always great to hear that, especially since we work very hard when we're in the trenches here at the Pinpoint Weather Team over in the Weather Center. We really bust butt for all intents and purposes just looking at everything.
All right, so we have Milton moving out to sea.
Ooh, I hate that coverage.
Now, what do we got here? I don't even know if I want to ask this.
Why
I don't
are
know
we
if I
looking
want to
at
ask
this?
this question.
What we have here is going to be our CPC, our Global Tropics Map. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is I'm actually getting a lot of messages and comments behind the scenes every time we cut to a break or go back to the desk. There's a lot of folks mentioning there's something coming. You know, we might have Nadine headed our way. Now, we are not at that point yet, folks watching right now. Please, let's focus on what we have going on off our East Coast and the
what they said a week and a half ago about Milton.
24 hours. Let us do the work of looking down the road, what's coming up the pipe. Okay, so I wanted to bring this up to show you that we are still in hurricane season. You know, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I really don't. But just to get everyone up to speed, because I know it's a trending topic across social media, and I want to give you that information first, the reliable and accurate info to kind of dispel any kind of stress that other folks may be pushing onto your plate. So we have, you know, we're still looking at a favorable environment as we go through the middle portion.
Modifying the weather.
The timestamp here, October 16th through the 22nd. So this gives us a little bit of leeway to kind of look at this behind the scenes for you all, not you. You don't have to, please, I'm telling you, don't worry, don't panic, please. Just ignore all
Better not say that shit. YouTube might crack down on the conspiracy theories.
This is going to be going through the middle of October. We might see a little...
I meant it sarcastically, YouTube.
A very famous spot for this hurricane season. Now, next up, I do want to show you, we've seen these before, these colors here. This is our tropical depression formation. It's a blend of models, a lot of psychedelic colors here. Basically, the more red you see on the map, greater chance that something's going to be there. That's Milton. That's why it's as red as it could possibly be. 100% chance that there's going to be a tropical cyclone.
Fox, good evening.
Dial it back a little bit and look right in through here. This is exactly where we initially saw Helene. We saw the initial phases of Milton. Notice as we go through next week, this is next week, Friday, 6 a.m., there is a little bit of a blip starting to show up down here. You know, nothing too crazy. Something that we're just going to continue to investigate behind the scenes. This puts us currently at about a 30% chance of something forming up. It's not even highlighted by National Hurricane Center yet. So that's the main reason we're talking about it right now. But I also want to de-escalate any kind of tension or anything that might be steering you away from currently focusing on what's happening in your neighborhood currently. So we're just going to continue to watch this. If you look, the probabilities do unfortunately drag whatever this could be. If anything happens, we see these go back and forth all the time. That is the kicker here. These models, they're going to fluctuate being so far out in time, but the main reason, again, and I want to emphasize this, I'm even talking about this, is I've had so many of you who tuned in for our continuous coverage over the last 24 hours now mentioning immediately, we haven't even finished with Milton yet, and we're talking about another storm. We're not there yet. Let's pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes, he
friends
says.
and family and our property right now before we go looking back at the tropics. That's our job. I do want to show you the GFS. There goes Milton, what's left of it, getting eroded as it wanders on out into the central Atlantic. And then we're going to show you what the American model is thinking down here. This is exactly what myself and the rest of the Pinpoint weather team are watching just before Helene and Milton's development. So this is into Thursday of next week. We have one model maybe trying to spin up an area of tropical low pressure. And then from there, we have no idea, still at least 5 to 7 days away before something tries to form up. So we have plenty of time to get ahead of it. And then from here, obviously, it's going to be very difficult to model a storm that's not even on the map yet in terms of it's going to go this way, if it's going to go this way. You know, there's a little bit of climatology history behind this.
Slide to the left.
At a later point in time if this
slide to the right.
Relevant to you all viewers at home. But right now, it's just something to keep an eye on. Not a whole lot of confidence. We're not getting that same warm, fuzzy feeling that we know, hey, there might be a storm coming. This is something.
Warm, fuzzy feeling?
Up to speed on what we're thinking. Nothing to worry about, no cause for concern just yet, okay? So let's focus on taking care of ourselves and getting back to a bit of normalcy for now, okay? Back to you all.
Wow, that was one way to put it. Apparently, evacuees are already making their way back into Florida. Roads were clogged just a few hours ago.
To be at a standstill on I-75 in Florida this afternoon after Milton passed through. People trying to make it back home and check out the damage left behind. Our Crash Clark has been keeping an eye out on the roads for you as well, Crash, as we know people are anxious to get back home.
Yeah, Jennifer, and the good news is I'm keeping an eye on I-75 as folks make their way through Clayton and Henry County. Not that bad. The express lanes are open southbound. This is huge, folks. This is a major red alert that's been going on since we came on the air this afternoon at 4 p.m. And as you could see, all lanes completely shut down. 85 southbound past I-285 in South Fulton. And this has far-reaching impacts. The west side perimeter.
3 or 4 hours ago.
66. Look at what it's doing to I-85 trying to get to the airport, backed up beyond Camp Creek. And even the south side perimeter, not only backed up to I-75, but that's impacting 75 as well. I would give you Highway 29 as an alternate. That's usually your best bet, but you can't really get there. Now we got to do desperate things. We got to start thinking about Old National Highway, West Fayetteville Road, or even Highway 85 into Riverdale, and then cut back over on Highway 138. But this is just a major mess. It doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Back to you.
One more story about Milton before we go to the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate at about 9:20. It has already taken place. We're going to play the first part. The second part is going to debut at the top of the hour. So I've timed it out to where we're going to watch the first part and then watch the second part as it goes live. This is my new name. Welcome in. Here is an adorable story for you.
Well, in the face of Milton's destruction, there was an uplifting moment captured this morning in Fort Pierce by CBS News Miami's Morgan Reiner.
A dog emerged from the rubble in the aftermath of the deadly tornado. The dog's owners died in the twister.
Oh my God!
There's a brand new update to this story that went viral.
Oh my God! The owners died, but the puppy lived. It's an upbeat, uplifting story, but the owners died. That's kind of morbid.
And there was an uplifting moment captured this morning in Fort Pierce by CBS News Miami's Morgan Reiner.
A dog emerged from the rubble in the aftermath of the deadly tornado. The dog's owners died in the twister, and now there is a brand new update to this story that went viral.
Truly a moment of light in what is such a dark moment. I'm happy to report that Benji, who we now know is Lulu, is safe. She's had plenty of water.
Shaking.
For some of my hurricane snacks. We took her to a vet to officially be checked out. And I am so happy to report that in the last few hours, we actually were connected with Lulu's family. And take a look at this. This is Lulu's sister. This is Sheba. And she was just found.
I don't think they're from the same litter.
The same pile where we found Lulu. This is
what 2 dogs?
Country Club Village looked like Thursday morning after several tornadoes ripped through the community.
None of these manufactured homes are livable.
This is Michael, a good neighbor who helped those around him prepare, tried to convince many to leave. He walked us down to show us the destruction, and we decided our next live shot would be from this location. Moments before our hit, my photographer Brian heard the faint barking. We climbed on the debris, but the dog stopped responding. We were strangers. Then Michael started calling her name. At the time, he thought it was Benji, another Shih Tzu that lives on the street. Said Benji, who we now know is Lulu, belonged to the people who lived in this home, but did not make it. This is the moment Lulu was found seconds before our live shot. He got Benji. Oh my goodness.
We took Lulu to a nearby vet.
Say I got a bath.
Where they gave her almost a clean bill of health. She has a good heartbeat, clear lungs, some unrelated issues like a skin infection she is now being treated for. Then we got the call. A man had seen our coverage and said Lulu belonged to his grandfather and grandfather's girlfriend, who did live in this home wiped away by the tornado.
Oh my God.
Confirmed to be victims. Lulu is 14 years old and very much loved.
She was under the debris as well.
This is the moment that Lulu reunited with her sibling, Sheba.
Oh,
look at how happy she is.
That's why Lulu went there, to find her. Obviously, Lulu is very small. Sheba is much bigger. At one point,
no shit.
But the family thought because she is much bigger, that she was not as likely to make it out of the rubble. Obviously, she's here, she's alive, she's seemingly unharmed. The family told me that they are going to take her to the vet just to make sure that she gets a clean bill of health as well, just like Lulu here did. Obviously, the family is heartbroken about losing their grandfather, but they are at the same time just so happy that they have a piece of his heart. In Fort Pierce, Morgan Reiner, CBS News, Miami.
And we really needed that. I mean, the extent of the devastation is just so overwhelming.
That is sad.
Optimism or encouragement, happy ending for the most part, right? Is so
for the most part.
Morgan was the perfect reporter to do that story.
She did. She saw that all the way through, even behind the scenes, caring for Lulu, till Lulu was reunited with her family.
She's a robot. That's a robot woman.
Lulu was reunited with her family.
I mean, I love the puppies and shit, but the humans died. Now the puppies don't have their, like, she was shaking because she was scared because she doesn't have her human anymore. I'm sorry, I'm crying over here. She's a robot. Don't tell me she's not a robot. As we can go ahead and fire up the debate here. God damn. The first part that happened 2 days ago. Oh, I did my math wrong. We should do this at 9:30. I still got another 10 minutes. Sorry, M. Lord. You know me, I am horrible at math. I should pack another bowl.
33 and a third chance, minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
Let's do this story about an officer apparently arrested. Oh, he was out of state. Abattoir, good evening.
I was confused. I was shocked. I was angry. I was scared. I was a lot.
That's why I need a good producer.
But I wasn't a criminal.
This is a police officer from Illinois. So why are we telling you about
It's
because he's now taken on Tempe Police Department. He believes he was stopped, arrested, and thrown in jail because he's black. Tonight he's talking only to ABC 15 investigator Nicole Grigg.
There was a lot of people, a lot of cars. Every bar was open.
This was Jalen Woods' second time here.
This is Mill Avenue and 6th Street, and you were right about here.
At this stoplight, that car is actually kind of similar to the one I was driving right there.
His first visit was just over a month ago on August 23rd.
I got my rental car and I drove to Tempe, and less than an hour later I was in handcuffs and taken to jail.
That Friday night, horses and officers on bikes waiting on the corner. An officer on a bicycle rolled up to Jalen's window.
And that's when he informed me that I was being stopped for chirping my tire.
So I actually have your traffic ticket.
What was the violation that they cited you with?
The violation here that I was cited with is exhibition of speed.
Have you heard of that?
Before that night, I never heard of it.
Exhibition of speed usually relates to street racing. Jalen says he felt the Tempe police officers treated him like he was a criminal.
I was confused. I wasn't too sure as to why. I didn't know what I did to warrant an arrest. They asked multiple times about guns and drugs in the vehicle. They also asked for jewelry, if there was any jewelry in the vehicle.
He says he even told the officers that he was also a fellow officer.
I feel like that made matters even worse. Like, that made them want to escalate the situation even more.
Wow!
Because they didn't believe me.
Why do you think they didn't believe you?
Only thing I can think of is they might not be familiar with someone that looks like me, right?
Jalen was handcuffed, taken to the Tempe jail.
I feel like I was targeted and discriminated against because of my skin color. They didn't believe that I could be a police officer.
Really white town?
Jalen has since filed multiple internal complaints about the Tempe police officers he encountered.
Do you know what the police report says?
Yeah, from the prosecutor, when he read it to me, the police report says that they observed me make a left turn. They heard the tire squealing. He smelled freshly burnt rubber. And that I did some sort of fishtail as if I lost control of the vehicle.
Did that happen?
That's very far from the truth.
Would the body cam video show that happening?
It will not. The body camera video will not corroborate with that arrest report.
You want to see?
Let's see the body camera.
To see the body camera footage.
We're going to see the body camera?
But it's going to be 14 months, they said.
What?
About, until I will receive it.
And I believe him.
Cover up something, I would make you wait a long time too.
Tempe police tells us Jalen was arrested and booked because he did not meet their cite and release policy. But we looked at their moving and non-moving policies. It says physical arrests are only for DUIs, felonies, unlawful flight, and refusing to sign a citation. None of that fits Jalen's case. Tempe policy also says out-of-state violators will not be brought into the station to post bond as long as they will take care of the ticket.
There's no policy, right, that mandates them to pull over my vehicle. There's no policy that mandated them to order me out of my vehicle. There's no policy mandating them to arrest me. There's also no policy mandating that my car gets impounded. So I think that is also a big question. Why did they deviate from the policy?
Because of the arrest, Jalen was temporarily removed of his police duties while back in Illinois investigated.
That's amazing.
Back on the job.
I was confused. I was shocked. I was angry. I was scared. I was a lot of things. But I wasn't a criminal.
I heard that.
Yeah, that was a tire squeal. So does that guy deserve to go to jail for that?
Tempe police tell us their policy is now under review. And it turns out Tempe's case against Jalen wasn't a good one. Prosecutors dismissed it, saying there was not a reasonable likelihood of conviction. But it's possible that this case ends up in court, and that's because Jalen is also considering a lawsuit. I'm investigator Nicole Grigg, ABC 15, Arizona.
Okay, check this out. We have breaking news out of Colorado. One person is dead. 12 people are trapped in a mine where they were giving tours.
News at 7, and we start with a horrific story from southern Colorado. One person is dead after what is being described as an equipment malfunction right here at the Molly Kathleen mine in Cripple Creek. Right now, 12 people are still trapped some 1,000 feet below the surface, while 11 people have been rescued. 4 are hurt. Rescuers got the call about the incident about noon today. We are learning there was some kind of a mechanical issue about 500 feet into that mine as people were going down about halfway through. It's a mine that has been used as a tourist attraction for years.
Channel 2's Nate Bell joining us live near that area where everything happened. Nate, what is the latest? What have you learned?
Yeah, guys, right now we're just across the street from the Molly Kathleen gold mine. I'm going to step to the side so I can show you right across Highway 67 here, just outside of Cripple Creek. As you mentioned,
Cripple Creek,
from the sheriff earlier today, is that there was a malfunction with the trolley cart that is essentially the elevator that's taking folks down into the mine. You can see this tower here that's kind of lit up. We've been watching some movement on that tower. There's a large gear at the top with a cable on it. We don't know exactly for sure what.
The 12 people who are stuck down there with the person who died.
Say from over here is we think that this may
There's
be
just like a corpse down there with
they are
them.
working on, that they're testing on. There's also some ambulances over in the parking lot that we just saw within the last 30 minutes or so line up kind of right at the base of that thing. So there definitely is some movement going on here that we're going to keep in mind, keep an eye on throughout the rest of the evening.
It is Halloween season.
Share with you what we just learned from Governor Jared Polis, who released a statement on this within the last half hour. He says, "I'm saddened to learn of the loss of a life in this tragic accident, and my heart goes out to the family and loved ones during this difficult time. While we are still gathering information, the state of Colorado is doing everything in our power to support local authorities and ensure the safe rescue of those who are still in the mine." Now, again, that was part of a statement from Governor Jared Polis. Now, we also want to give you a listen in as well to what the sheriff here told us earlier today.
What I know right now is that they are safe at that 1,000-foot level. They honestly don't know that we've had an issue other than there's a problem with the elevator. So I can tell you right now, they're drinking water, they have chairs, they have blankets, they have what they need for now.
Corpse have a blanket.
So again, as you heard from the sheriff, they believe that the folks down at the base of this mine are doing all right at this point. Again,
it's Halloween season.
Feet down. We do know that this is the deepest vertical mine in the country that actually accepts tourists down in there. So again, we've been watching, we've been waiting here as we have arrived on the scene to keep an eye on exactly what is going on, and we're going to continue to keep an eye and see what the
bowls and forks
continue on into the night to get these folks out of there. We'll have those updates for you throughout the evening as soon as we have them. But for now, I want to send it back to you guys in the studio live in Cripple Creek. Nate Bell, 2 Prime News.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to do the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate. We're going to watch part 1. Part 2 goes live at the top of the hour. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked, sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quick panic attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops up, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Good.
Right-wingers are morons.
Light one hit and tip one back. One more click before we hit the set. Set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but he takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
I am certainly not high enough for this shit right now. Light one up, tip one back. Energy Flow, welcome in. We're getting ready to do the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate. Buckle up.
National spotlight on Oregon voters.
Currently held by a Republican.
Could help decide the fate of Congress.
I've beaten Lori Chavez-DeRemer not once, but twice, and I'm ready to do it a third time.
State Rep Janelle Bynum looking to take down incumbent Congresswoman Lori Chavez-DeRemer. The first
That's the Republican
to represent the district in decades.
The Democrats did have this seat for over 28 years. I believe I won this seat because people were frustrated.
This is debate night in Oregon. The race for the 5th Congressional District.
Two candidates for Congress facing off for the first time on live television from here at the KOIN 6 studios. Thanks for joining us. I'm KOIN 6 Political Director Ken Boddy. I'll be moderating tonight's debate, and I'm joined by Patrick Malee with the Carpenter Media Group, formerly Pamphlet.
This is not live. This is a couple of days ago.
Todd Unger.
The second part drops tonight. We're going to take it when it drops.
Lori Chavez.
Terry, good evening.
A first-term congresswoman and former mayor of Happy Valley. And Democratic challenger Janelle Bynum, a business owner and an Oregon state legislator since 2017. Before we begin, here are the rules for tonight's debate. Questions will come from our panel, Todd and Patrick. Each candidate will get 1 minute for a response. If we decide that there's a need for a follow-up or a rebuttal is needed, each candidate will get 30 seconds for that. At the end of our debate, each candidate will get 1 minute closing statements with no rebuttals. Our first question, we're going to get right into it tonight, comes from KOIN 6 News anchor Todd Unger, and this is for State Representative Janelle Bynum.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you both of you for being here tonight. State Rep Bynum, back in 2020, you supported Measure 110, although you also pushed for a legislative approach. Tell us here tonight, bottom line, was Measure 110 a mistake?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having us tonight. I believe that Oregonians passed Measure 110 overwhelmingly because they wanted a compassionate response to the crisis that they were seeing in their communities. People not having enough mental health supports, not having addiction and drug treatment programs, and so there was a solution that was offered. One of the challenges with that is that it came from out of state. And I believe that if the legislature had worked on that and had taken that up, we might have had a different outcome. What I am really proud of now is that we have taken that feedback. We saw what didn't work. We overturned it. I worked within my caucus to make sure that we were considering things like the number of mental health providers that we were able to have in the state. And I'm also happy to have passed an $80 million bill to grow the number of mental health providers. So I think we're back on the right track.
Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, your thoughts about Measure 110?
Well, Measure 110 was a failed policy, a failed experiment that people were watching all across the country. People are dead because of that. And while the voters voted on it, they were sold a bill of goods. And they were sold that by their champions and their leaders. And I know that Representative Bynum, she led that way. I know she likes to deny it, but that is just simply not true. And when you talk to the families and you talk to the parents of the failed policies, we're seeing more overdoses in Oregon than we've ever seen. We're seeing people on the streets who are suffering. Yes, we need to address the mental health and the drug addiction crisis, but Measure 110 was a failed policy. Our law enforcement officers were not supported in this issue. They begged for their leaders to step up and be a leader in that. Well, the vote was taken by the people. They were sold a bill of goods by the legislature, and Janelle Bynum was a leader on that.
I feel like she said the same thing multiple times.
Well, I'm really proud to have been the only legislator.
I think it was the drug legalization.
To have hosted a town hall before anybody was talking about fentanyl. And we coordinated with law enforcement, with the Clackamas County Sheriff's Department. We coordinated with the local committee on drug reform. We coordinated with Happy Valley. We had that town hall. We talked with teachers. We talked with educators. I led on making sure that Oregon could put fentanyl and the issues that it was having in our community on the map.
Patrick Malee of Carpenter Media,
But not legalization, decriminalization.
Mental health issues are commonly cited as root causes for everything ranging from gun violence to homelessness and addiction. In terms of prevalence of illness and access to care, Mental Health America ranks Oregon 47th in the country overall and 49th for youth. What can be done to improve Oregon's situation?
And Representative Bynum, you'll start this answer.
Again, I was very proud to write a letter, an open letter to Governor Brown, raising the issue of the lack of mental health supports in our community, worked with a cross-section of elected leaders as well as leaders in the mental health community, and was able to bring forth House Bill 2949 that allowed for $80 million of mental health investments to be made in this state. It is still a work in progress because I believe that not only did we grow the number of mental health providers, but we were also plugging a hole. We know that we were losing them day by day. They were getting burned out, and I think it's time to invest more. What is really important to remember,
plugging a hole,
or when you're working with your mental health professionals in your cities and counties, and when you're talking to your county commissioners, what they're experiencing when we're talking about mental health, homeless, drug addiction, it all coincides together. And we have to make sure that we're meeting the patient where they are. I've introduced a bill, the Direct Care Act, because we want to make sure those providers, that we have enough of them. We know there's a labor shortage in healthcare here in Oregon and across the nation. We have to incentivize more providers to want to get into the mental health field. My husband and I, we own mental health clinics as well, where we're treating drug-resistant depression. There are so many young people who are experiencing homelessness, drug addiction, and essentially mental health. If we don't get a hold of that by having more money come back, and that's from the federal government, making sure that we can
I hate you then. You profit off people's
state,
misery.
And county offices. I'm working on that bill, and I look forward to bringing more to the mental health scene.
Todd Unger, you have a question now for Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer.
Yeah, Congresswoman, just to follow up there, you have been a vocal critic of Measure 110 and how Oregon has handled the larger drug crisis. But a lot of these drug users do suffer from mental illness, as you've acknowledged. What specifically have you already done in Congress? I know you mentioned that one bill, but has anything else been done?
Yeah, well, certainly in talking to the local, the FBI agents that we have here on the ground, certainly securing that border. That is one of the issues that they know those drugs are flowing from China through Mexico and right up in here to the state of Oregon. And when you have that open air market, when you're saying I'm accepting of it through a Measure 110, those drug cartels know that they're killing our kids on the streets. When you talk to families and you have seen what the open border has done, we need to secure that border first, because a little fix to Measure 110 that the legislature just did is a step possibly in the right direction, but we're not going to see the full effects of that. 80 cents a pill on the streets for fentanyl. I did a ride-along. You see it. And our Portland Police Bureau is suffering. They don't know how to help these people, and we need to get them the help that they need and the tools.
80 cents a pill for fentanyl.
Representative.
That's a what?
The question?
Yeah. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
please?
so I was just, when we're talking about Measure 110 and what exactly has been done, on your watch, you just talked a little bit about basically pulling that measure back. Mm-hmm. Why did you feel like that was so necessary?
I have 4 children, and we would go downtown and we would see things that I don't think any parent wants to expose their children to, whether it's someone having a fit of sorts in the streets, someone naked, someone selling drugs to someone who's vulnerable. As a woman of faith, I felt like it was cruel and inhumane to step over our neighbors who are in crisis. And we have to do better. So I think that was an appropriate response.
Now we'll go to a question submitted to us from a viewer. This year,
the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate
and incidents of violence at schools, both locally and nationally. Our viewer wants to know what measures should be taken to ensure kids feel safe and are safe at school. And we'll start this with Representative Bynum.
Sure. Again, I see a lot of life through the lens of the experiences that my children have. And one of the things that we've experienced more of is a community of intolerance, of children being able to say and do whatever they want. And And I think that that's quite frankly very harmful, especially for children of color. So we've seen both on the east side and the west side and around the state, the experiences of children of color have not been elevated to the levels that I think that they should be elevated to. We're seeing racial epithets, we're seeing religious harm. We know that with the October 7th incidents between Israel and Palestine, we saw a decreased sensitivity to the safety of the children in school. So I think that is a real challenge. There's more to come, especially on the drugs and alcohol and firearms issue in schools. But my first priority is to make sure that all children feel safe and welcomed in their communities.
Congresswoman Chavez-DeRima, school violence.
School violence. Well, certainly I think we have to make sure that the parents are involved, and we have to educate parents on what to expect and what that can look like. I work with Congresswoman Bonamici on a bill to make sure that we're educating kids on the effects of fentanyl and all that. And I know that I come back to that all the time because I'm deeply concerned. But we're talking about school violence that we saw most recently in our colleges and universities with the anti-Semitism. And I had most of the presidents come into my office to ask the questions, what are we doing to protect our students? It's one of the #1 things that I think a president of a college or university or a community college or high school needs to protect their students from the moment they walk in that classroom to the moment that they leave at home. And they were concerned, but they all had agreements with the local law enforcement to make sure that they can protect those students. Yes, we have a right to free speech, but we should never, ever, ever, ever teach hate speech from the time that they're young all the way through. And I want to make sure that we're always focused on that. Our kids are our most precious asset. And if we don't protect them, then what are we doing? This is what we only go around this world one time. Our moms and dads deserve better, and we need to make sure that we're helping them protect their students.
Thank you. Todd, you have the next question.
Yeah, Congresswoman Chavez-DeRima, you were supportive of the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. You've also said you support a woman's right to choose. So let's go ahead and clear this up. Where do you stand on abortion, and would you support a federal law that upholds access to abortion?
So I think oftentimes this question will always come up because it is so important to so many Americans and certainly to Oregonians. And Oregonians have spoken up. And we know that Oregonians codified in law in 2017 that they want access to abortion. They want access.
Say Oregonians again.
They choose to. And in Oregon, that can happen. Yes, it is post-Dobbs. It is now a states' rights issue. I would not stand for a federal ban. I've spoken out against that. But the Supreme Court has ruled it's now in the hands of the states. We won't listen to this on the House floor. I've talked to leadership. This is not something I stood up against H.R. 7 when they wanted to have a conversation about it because Oregonians have spoken. I've made it clear. I stood on this stage 2 years ago, and I made a promise to Oregonians. Listen, I'm never pro-choice enough for the left. I'm never pro-life enough for the right, where most Americans are. They have said they want access. I will not break that promise, and I will protect their access to abortion.
But you are against a federal proposal?
Absolutely, a federal ban. Is that what you asked me?
Yes.
A federal ban. Will not stand for a federal ban, will not vote for one.
Ms. Bynum, do you support any limitations at all when it comes to abortion, and would you support a federal law upholding access?
One of my first priorities when getting to Congress will be to pass, to codify Roe. And this is how it plays out. I have a 22-year-old daughter who was deciding where to go to graduate school. She and her friend one was studying for dentistry and one was studying for medical school. And they were very clear in their conversation with one another that they were not going to pick a state where their reproductive rights weren't protected. And this is not a conversation that I had with her, preparing her for any of that. This is what young women around the country are saying. Where I think Representative Chavez-DeRima fails us is that she promised to uphold Roe, and then yet she has voted 13 times on bills that essentially would pass a national abortion ban. She's also supported the heartbeat bill. And we all know that Republicans' #1 option right now is to make sure that abortion is not available across the country.
Congresswoman Chavez-DeRima, I would imagine you have a rebuttal to that.
Absolutely. Well, one, that's just an outright lie. There was no vote on any heartbeat bill. So I don't know what she's talking about there. I don't even know what citing of the 13 other votes that she's making reference to. I made a commitment to Oregonians as their representative on this issue that I would not get in the way of the fundamental access that they have here in Oregon. Now that it's a state's rights, it'll be decided by Oregonians. So it's not coming back to the federal level. It's not coming back to the House. We will not have a vote on it. And if anybody changes that, I will speak up just like I did last time to block H.R. 7 with the leadership.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Patrick, you now have a question for both candidates, and it concerns social media.
Yeah. Many families worry about how social media impacts teen mental health. Recently, 42 attorneys general suggested that the Surgeon General's warning label be used on social media apps. The Kids Online Safety Act is also under consideration in Congress. Would you vote to support that bill?
And we'll have Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer answer
This
that
has
first.
been a topic of, thank you for the question, topic of conversation about protecting our kids. Whether or not, I mean, I don't think it's a surprise to most that we see them on their phones all day, every day, and we're wondering what the content is and what the access is that they're receiving every single day and how it is affecting their mental health.
Watching the Troll Patrol live.
They're seeing at school, whether it's they're seeing, you know, any sort of information that is not appropriate for their age, and parents want to make sure that they're involved in that.
Totally not appropriate for their age.
I have not read through the complete bill, so I will say that there is going to be some conversation about privacy and then what we're going to do for our parents. But I want to make sure that we're protecting our kids at all costs, because mental health is going to be the #1 killer of our kids if we cannot get a hold of it. So it's something that's ongoing. I want to make sure I'm listening to all. I know parents are very concerned with that, and we'll listen to our parents on this and see where we can go with that.
Representative Bynum, how would you answer that?
Yeah, this is really interesting for me because my son and I share an iCloud account, so I can see every text that is sent. He, of course, can see every text that I send, so he's pretty politically astute. And I think actually having visibility to what's happening online as a parent
sounds horrible.
allows me to monitor much more closely, and I wish that there were more technological tools available. It is, I think this is a simple issue to manage. This is a matter of pressing on our technology companies to allow parents greater access into what's happening online. It's also an opportunity, I think, for schools now to push back. We're seeing in our local schools these no cell phone zones. And I think that those changes in habits will actually go a lot farther. So parental surveillance, well, my kid calls it surveillance, but parental monitoring, as well as putting them away during the daytime. I am interested in what the bill will offer. I would need to know more details as well.
Thank you both very much for answering that question. Big topic during this campaign will be immigration. Patrick, you have a question regarding that.
Many Americans cite immigration, and specifically the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border, as one of their top concerns. How should Congress address this issue while remaining true?
That's insane to me. Why would they do that?
Congresswoman.
This is Colorado.
Thank you. Certainly, oftentimes, the two issues get conflated when we're talking about immigration reform, and border security. And certainly we need to secure that border based on all the things that we talked about with the overflow of drugs, with illegal immigration coming forward, and we don't know who's in our country. We see the numbers coming across. Millions of people have come across our southern border, and we don't know who they are. We know that there's people on the terror watch list. It's very concerning to all Americans. And so the focus needs to be on the two not being conflated. I've worked on an immigration bill. Sorry, I touched my microphone. I've worked on an immigration bill. The Dignity Act, making sure that there's a pathway to citizenship. That's what our country's built on, and that's what I'm going to do. As a bipartisan member of Congress, one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, I got on that bill as a bipartisan member because of how important it is. So I'll continue that work, making sure that we can get immigration reform, but certainly we need to secure that border so for the safety of our country and as far as national security goes as well.
Representative Bynum.
This is really interesting to hear my opponent talk about immigration and border control, because we had a bipartisan agreement that never made its way to the House. And that is really, really challenging because former President Trump stopped that. And my opponent supports President Trump, rubber stamps his agenda, rubber stamps his ideas. And the chaos that we're seeing in Washington is somewhat a function of his intervening in our national affairs. What I believe is that we need fast, fair, and final hearings for people seeking asylum at our borders. We need border agent funding, and we need a comprehensive solution. It is true, right now we are at a point where something needs to change. I agree with that. But we want to make sure that we're not scapegoating people who, as immigrants, who fuel our nation's economy and provide so much in culture and enrichment to our communities.
Todd, you have a follow-up to this?
Yeah, and I'll start with you, Ms. Bynum. You know, so many Oregon farmers and ranchers in the 5th District depend on migrants for the survival of their operation. What would you say to those operators concerned about an immigration crackdown?
They are always begging to make sure that we have a policy that they can count on. Whenever you have uncertainty, you introduce risk. Whenever you introduce risk, you introduce cost. That is not fair to the farmers who are putting everything on the line to serve our nation's breadbasket, essentially. And so I think this is a very critical issue, and we shouldn't be playing politics with it.
Congresswoman, what would you say to those farmers and ranchers who often do depend on migrant workers and they might be concerned about a crackdown here?
Well, I certainly want to respond to Ms. Bynum's comment earlier about not supporting the border. We voted earlier last year on the strongest...
This is the Oregon 5th Congressional District debate.
And that passed the House. And
Good evening,
it's sitting
Shelley.
on Senator Schumer's desk, and it has since then. The bill that my opponent is referencing never even came to the House floor. I did not have a chance to vote on it, but what I did do is work with my colleagues across the aisle to come up with the Defending Borders, Defending Democracies Act. Work with my colleagues across the aisle, which was the framework for the supplemental bill that went to the floor and was voted on and passed to secure borders not only here, give our Border Patrol the tools they need, but as well as our allies, Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific. So as a leader, working across the aisle is important, but that's an outright lie that I did not support a border bill.
And
it's there and it's sitting on Schumer's desk.
I have to call time on that one. Do you have any response to that, Representative Bynum?
I believe that we should have a border agreement, and we don't have it because President Trump intervened, and throwing up your hands and saying, I couldn't vote on it, is not an excuse that we should accept.
Except that that's how we make law. We have to vote. It doesn't come to the floor, we don't vote.
Todd, you have the next question.
Congresswoman, I just want to circle back to talking specifically about the Oregon farmers and ranchers that rely on migrant workers. What would you say to them that are concerned about an immigration crackdown?
Yeah, certainly they are concerned. But I worked on, again, I'm just really proud of the work we've done on bipartisanship. So I'm on the Ag Committee, and I'm on the subcommittee in talking about H-2A and H-2B visas and how important that is. And we had a bipartisan roundtable where we submitted framework to do just that, to make sure that our farmers and ranchers and producers can be secure in knowing that they will have access to that labor that they need, and Oregon deserves that. And so we'll continue to work on that issue at the same time and alleviate those concerns. Because we know, again, it's important to the economy, it's important to America, and I will continue to work with my partners on that, and I was grateful to be a part of that group.
Thank you very much. Todd, you have another question for both candidates.
Yes, we'll begin with State Rep Bynum. Inflation remains very high. Increasingly, we hear it's tougher and tougher for many Oregonians to afford a home, especially in places that are exploding like Happy Valley, Bend, areas like that. What would you like to do specifically to try and ease the burden for first-time home buyers?
This is near and dear to my heart as we have children that are starting to enter the workforce and hopefully leaving our home. Number one, making sure that there's enough available supply. So when I worked on the CHIPS Act, one of the things, which is investing in Oregon's semiconductor industry, and we invested about $300 million into the semiconductor industry, which will generate about $43 billion in economic activity. One of the questions that was asked was, where are we going to put all these workers? And we know that we need starter homes. We know that we need a whole range of housing for them. What was really interesting is that we found that we had land for housing, but we didn't have the infrastructure for housing. So it's not just enough to say, well, we need financing vehicles for first-time homeowners. We actually need the land, we need the infrastructure, and we need the will to build thousands of houses very rapidly. So increasing supply is the first thing that I would do.
Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, how would you answer the question about housing?
Well, as a 10-year legislator, I say the housing policies that Ms. Bynum's put forward have failed because we are at a crunch and we have no housing. And so to address the land use issues here in Oregon is a statewide issue, and they have not done that. And now people are suffering, whether it's workforce housing, whether it's single-family housing, whether it's middle housing. You can put all kinds of programs together, but if you do not do the hard work in making sure that all the other permitting reforms and go along with that, it doesn't work. What I have done is to make sure that we help our young people or families who are looking for housing or workforce housing or businesses, the Choice and Affordable Housing Act, which I sponsored, also expanding vouchers for rentals, which I have worked for with HUD to do just that. Child tax credits are important for families to make sure that they can afford their rent, and child tax credits for dependents as well. So we have done the work at the federal level, but also to mention bringing $27 million back to the state of Oregon for those infrastructure projects in those small communities who need the help, whether it's wastewater treatment or infrastructure in order to build those homes.
All right. Would you like to rebut?
Sure. I think it's important, number one, to remember that Oregonians value their land. And we can't go tearing up permitting restrictions or permitting legislation just willy-nilly. We see that on the East Coast, when you
willy-nilly
permitting, you get condos that fall apart. You get land that is not sound enough to protect people. So we see that with hurricanes. So it's not just enough just to throw money at permitting reform. We actually have to have a conversation, and I don't want this to be lost. We must protect our environment, and I think my opponent would throw those rules out the window.
Well, that's absolutely not true. I am very much a proponent of the environment. I am part of the Conservative Climate Caucus, one of the vice chairs, 5 vice chairs, and I'm part of the Climate Solutions Fund, which is a bipartisan group working on our
Conservative Climate
in order to also protect our environment. We have seen what's happened in our state of Oregon in the West with wildfires burning down. Over 2 million acres burned this cycle. It is not good for our health. It's not safe for our families, and we have to make sure that we're mitigating those issues. The environment is important to all Oregonians and across the country, and it's not something that Democrats can own on their own. I'm glad to always talk about the environment. I sat today with farmers and ranchers and producers in Central Oregon to talk about water, talk about the spotted frog, talk about the Environmental Species Act. All of those need our attention, and I've been doing that work.
And I have to call time right there. Did you have any response to what she had to say?
I would just say this isn't high school. You don't get to join every club and take credit for actually doing any work. We haven't seen any outcomes of that, and it's not a high school club race.
Damn.
That's it for the first half of our District 5 congressional debate. We're going to go to a quick break right now. We'll be right back after this.
So that was the first half of the debate. Second half actually is going live right now. I think I got the time right. Supposed to go live at 7 p.m. Oregon time. That's what time it is right now, M. Lord, right? Okay. Welcome, Shelly. I hope we get part 2. I enjoyed that. 7 p.m. Pacific time is what time. Supposed to go live. Here we go.
Fight for Oregon's 5th congressional district, a toss-up that could help decide which party controls Congress. Our next question is from Todd, and it's for Representative Janelle Bynum.
State Rep Bynum, the 5th district, a healthy mix of urban and rural voters. More than 200,000 of its voters are nonpartisan or independent. Tonight, can you name 2 or 3 specific issues where you pledge to work across the aisle with Republicans if you're elected in November?
Well, I will continue to serve this district in a bipartisan way, just as I did when I worked on the CHIPS Act. So I will continue to work in the semiconductor and technological space. As I mentioned before, the bill that we did, SB 4, was a real opportunity for us to bring prosperity around the state. And I would say that what people have noted about me and my leadership is that I get the job done. I'm a workhorse, not a show horse.
Job
I
done.
make sure that we are including opinions from people who have a stake in what comes out. And
Not high enough for this shit.
what I also think is important to note is the work that we did during the George Floyd period on community safety. I worked across the aisle, made sure that my Republican counterpart, Ron Noble, who was the vice chair of the Judiciary Committee, approved every single bill that committee generated that session. And that is bipartisanship that I did not have to lead on in the way that I did, but I absolutely made sure that he approved of every single bill. And I'm proud of that work.
Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, the question is about bipartisanship.
Well, my record speaks for itself. Certainly, I mentioned in the 300 plus bills that I'm either on or sponsored, over 84% of those are bipartisan. It's not just 1, 2, or 3 issues. It's all the issues. That's how we get good policy, being center forward, pragmatic, thoughtful thinkers and independent thinkers. It is not about identity politics in Congress, and it shouldn't be. And I have pledged to do that. I did it 2 years ago when I said I was going to, and I have walked the walk. When it comes to bipartisanship that my opponent mentions, you know, I talked to Ron
happened to the
after
chat
that last time, and I thought to myself, that's not the story I got. And you know what? It certainly wasn't. And when I talked to him, he always felt like he had just the worst of 2 choices. Never really heard. So, you know, it's unfortunate that she's mischaracterizing that it's bipartisanship, but you do not have people come in and testify before you in a Judiciary Committee and never give them time to talk. Our law enforcement officers have said the same thing. I just don't call, she's not being authentic in her characterization of bipartisanship.
Ms. Bynum, I'm sure that you would like to respond to that.
I think some people have a different memory of what happened, and I know that I was very, very clear. Ron Noble rubber stamped everything that we did.
Because he had no choice.
And there are choices. We have choices as legislators to support a bill or to not support a bill, to raise your hand, to not raise your hand. The letters that were written in support of every single bill we had are in the public record. To get amnesia is to be disloyal to this state.
Patrick has a question now, and we'll start with Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer for the answer. Patrick?
Congresswoman, you have been criticized by some constituents in your district for not holding town halls or engaging enough with citizens. How do you respond to these observations?
Well, it's nonsense. You know, there are many ways to talk to the voters and talk to our constituents. I'm on the ground every single week going back and forth between Washington and here. We reach out all the time. I have phone calls with mayors groups. I have phone calls with Clackamas County commissioners, Deschutes County commissioners, making sure that I'm touching base with them of what's happening on the ground. You know, I do teletown halls. I think we held 8 of them where we reached thousands of people every single day. It's very effective to get more people than we can you know, in a local room. Now, the group that's coming up, I will have to say, the one group that keeps criticizing me is Indivisible. You know, and they're a group that's all about defunding the police and really no law and order, and it's just ridiculous. They do it across the nation. It's just something to try to expose bad practice. But I take this job very seriously. I work with my team often on how best to reach our voters. I've done a really good job of that, and so the criticism is only a political hit, and I look forward to continue to talk to my voters. I'm never afraid to answer the call.
Representative Bynum, your thoughts on connecting with the voters?
I think this is my specialty. I'm really proud to have had a number of town halls, whether they were just general topics or on a specific topic. I mentioned one before that we had on fentanyl. But one of the things that I've enjoyed the most is doing what I call my taco town halls, and where the group brings the tacos, they set
taco town halls.
And it happened because I was going to town halls so much and I was coming home hungry, not taking care of myself. So I have really enjoyed that. And then the other thing that I did, it was a suggestion of one of the legislators from Gresham. She would do walking meetings. So when I was in district, I would do walking town halls. And it was just one-on-one, so I would meet at Clackamas High School and walk the track, and you could set up a time with me for 15 minutes, and I would meet at Clackamas Town Center Mall. And so these were opportunities to meet with me. I didn't have to necessarily meet with the top people.
Go to Clackamas,
but I could meet with everyday people
tacos.
who could tell me what was on their minds.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to the topic of election integrity. And first, we have a viewer question. This one will go first to Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer. Now, this viewer asks, I want to know whether Lori Chavez-DeRemer believes that Joe Biden legitimately won the 2020 election.
Yes, I do believe that.
Short answer to that question. And you've been a supporter of former President Trump. Are you supporting him in his campaign this time around?
Yes, and there's a reason for that. The policies that we have suffered through the last 3.5 years under the Biden-Harris administration, people are tired of. Again, public safety, closing the border, fentanyl on the streets, housing affordability, costs to live, everyday prices. We need to get back to those policies. And if it's on the southern border, it's remain in Mexico and Title 42. We want to have more money in our pockets for our residents here in Oregon. People want to keep more of their own money. They don't want to continue to have high taxes. My opponent voted 9 times to raise taxes here in Oregon. We've had enough of it. And so we want to make sure that we have a strong leader, and that is why. Those policies are important to Oregonians.
Representative Bynum.
My son and I had an encounter about a couple of months ago, and he was trying out for the high school soccer team. And I went to get him up. It was an evening tryout period. They were holding clinics to kind of get the kids in shape and see how fast you could run. And I went to get him up, and he told me that he didn't feel like going that night. And I was like, well, you have to go. Even if you don't feel good, you have to go. And you want to make sure that they know that you want to be on the team. And he was like, well, Mom, it's optional. And I was like, son, if they tell you it's optional, it's not. And we went back and forth, and this is me with a 13-year-old. And I tell this story because I want to alert voters that this election is not optional. Codifying Roe is not optional. Educational options, not optional. The environment, not optional. And one voter told me this weekend that they had finally figured out what wasn't optional for them. It was the truth. And Trump doesn't tell the truth.
Now we have another question. This one goes to Janelle Bynum. Just yesterday, Oregon's DMV found another 302 ineligible people accidentally registered to vote here in Oregon. While only 5 of those ineligible voters
accidentally
cast a ballot, more than 1,500 have now been mistakenly registered. You've called for an investigation on this. Are you convinced that Oregon's elections are safe and fair?
I'm an engineer, and I believe in trust but verify, right? And so I've called for an investigation. I think wherever the errors are made, we need to put systems in place to catch those errors more quickly, and whoever is responsible should be held accountable. I don't think Oregonians should allow accountability to take a back seat in this state. It should be front and center, and I'll stand up for that each and every day.
Thank you very much. Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, what were your thoughts about the DMV registering ineligible voters?
Yeah, it's unfortunate for free and fair elections. That's what people count on. That's what people, it's the backbone of America, talking about democracy. We wrote a letter to the Secretary of State asking for the accountability of why that happened under Tina Kotek and the state legislature. Why is this allowed to happen? So we want to make sure that we're supporting that. I will expect those answers back. I also voted for the SAVE Act, making sure that American citizens are the ones that are voting, because this, again, will deteriorate people's faith in the system. And as Oregonians, we don't want that. I don't want that. I would imagine my opponent doesn't want that. So we need to get to the bottom of this, but we've done the work. We've written the letters. We've asked the hard questions. We cannot have people voting in elections if they're not American citizens and allowed to vote.
Patrick, you have a question regarding gun rights.
Yes. According to Pew Research Center, 48,830 people died from gun-related injuries in the U.S. in 2021, the most recent year for which complete data is available. How should Congress address gun violence in the United States?
And we'll start this answer with Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer.
Well, certainly we want to make sure that we're addressing people who shouldn't have guns, have access to them. We're talking about people who commit felonies, people who have been investigated, making sure that we can find out who that is. Protecting our Second Amendment as well. We heard even our VP talk about that they have a gun for defense and home, and most will. But we want to make sure that those guns are in the right hands. One of the things I want to allude to, though, to keep our streets safer, because they haven't been under my opponent. Soft on crime, but she has voted to reduce criminals who've been charged with felonies to misdemeanors, which then gives them access to those guns. So I find that that's counterintuitive if we want to have safety on our streets. I don't think that this district wants soft on crime, and that's where my opponent has been, and this is just another attempt at doing so by reducing those crimes, voting on it from felonies to misdemeanors.
And Representative Bynum, your thoughts on gun rights?
Well, my opponent's idea that I'm soft on crime just proves that I live rent-free in her head. The boyfriend loophole was something that I supported overturning in the Oregon State Legislature. And as a mother, I'm very concerned that our children are continuously being subjected to being shredded by automatic weapons. We can't continue to say, my thoughts and prayers are with you, and then allow deranged gunmen to come into schools and then trick ourselves into believing that one lone police officer can handle someone with an automatic weapon. Like this to me is the issue of our century when it comes to protecting our children, and we still have not moved forward on it. I will be a staunch advocate for children. I will be a staunch advocate for making sure that mental health supports are in place and that we fund law enforcement, which my opponent has voted several times to not fund a law enforcement budget, cutting 30% of the U.S. government's budget.
That's not true.
Would you like to rebut? You
Absolutely.
have 30 seconds.
Actually, I have supported and co-sponsored the Protect and Invest Act for our law enforcement officers to give them the tools. That's exactly why I'm endorsed by all the law enforcement agencies in the state of Oregon. Again, a failed decade of policies.
Boo.
The relationships apparently with law enforcement and public safety officers, but they're not endorsing her. Why? Because in my 22 short months, I have made sure that they have the tools that they need to protect people on the street. So she is soft on crime. She doesn't want to admit it, but she took votes in the legislature to give rapists less time, the victims, to file that claim. She's rather protect rapists and rioters than do what's right for the public safety of our streets.
I have to call time there and give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Sure. My opponent is trying to cover up the fact that she supports former President Trump, who has been convicted 34 times of felonies and has credibly been accused of sexual assault. She is trying to cover up her support of President Trump. And that is why she's going to this mantra of soft on crime. She
It's a bold
is
strategy.
standing by her man.
Your record
she is
proves it.
standing by her man. She's the one
Ugh.
that's soft on crime and wants to turn a blind eye.
Just the accusation of just being in the.
He thinks she's cooking though. This is wild.
Nonsense. And it's kind of laughable because, again, my bipartisanship, my record, my independent thinking, I have stood up to that. You know, I think there was a comment about, you know, how are you going to go against President Trump? Well, first of all, I've never even met President Trump, one. But two, let me tell you one.
Don't insult winches,
Making sure that our
Terry.
government stays funded. Again, he spoke up about that, I think, at one point where he was like, let's shut it down. Absolutely not. We have to make sure that we're funding our government. And I voted every single time to make sure our government stays open. We have military families to pay for. We have to make sure that we're national security issues. So it's just nonsense. And again, whether you want to call it a club or not,
He could definitely use a
to do
joint.
that policy forward, pragmatic, thoughtful thinking, and that's what I work on in Congress.
I have to call time now. And Todd.
Yeah, State Rep Bynum, just to follow up here, but back in 2020, you did start help pushing through a number of bills that did reshape law enforcement authority in the state. So what do you say to voters who might worry about your general support of law enforcement?
My general support is as a daughter of the granddaughter of a police officer. My general stance is that we all experience law enforcement in this state differently. And we have to hear how each community experiences it. And until I started working with Senator Lou Frederick, as well as members of the BIPOC caucus, we were not having conversations about how the Constitution, whether it was the Oregon Constitution or the federal Constitution, is being unevenly applied here in Oregon.
Thank you very much. I have a question concerning what's happening in the Middle East right now. What would be your thoughts about our continued support of Israel as they are in the conflict with Lebanon and also with Hezbollah, as well as other groups in the Middle East? Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, there's a lot going on on that front right now. What would you say about our support of Israel?
Well, I've supported Israel from day one. Yesterday was the one-year anniversary of a very tragic day in Israel.
Of course you have.
We have to support our ally in Israel. They're fighting a war not only on the south with Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah to the north, and with the Houthis in Yemen. And Iran is taking the lead on that through their proxies. I went to Israel in April. I visited with the IDF to make sure that they had the tools they need and listened to Prime Minister. I met with Hirsch Goldberg's family. I met them while they had the 181st day when their son was taken as an American hostage, and now he is gone. We will support our allies. We will continue to. I will always support Israel. They have a right to defend themselves because they do not want to be massacred like they were on October 7th a year ago. We should never live through this again.
Representative Bynum, our relationship as a nation with Israel.
Well, first, I think the events of October 7th were horrific. I do believe the United States should continue to stand with its ally, Israel, and Israel absolutely must defend herself. What I think the question is for me is, number one, making sure that, like, as a mother, I see that there's pain all around that region, but there's also pain around the world. This is a matter of democracy versus autocracy. So we're seeing this not just in the Middle East, we're seeing this with Ukraine, we're seeing this in places like Haiti.
What?
These international issues should be concern for every American, because if we can't defend democracy in Israel,
Did he
then we're
answer?
in big trouble, because those guns are pointed right at us as well.
What?
Should we continue, as a follow-up, should we continue to provide offensive weapons to Israel in order to defend themselves, and to the level that we have been doing to this point?
Yes, this is an issue. We're talking about making sure that they have the capabilities to protect us. They are fighting a war on also behalf of America and the United States. We don't want our men and women going to war. We don't want another ground war. We don't need another failed Afghanistan. What we need is to make sure that we're supporting our allies in their fight against Hamas. And we have to, the Iron Dome, the technology that comes out of Israel to protect themselves, we have to make sure that they have the funds that they need to reinforce that Iron Dome. We saw the barrage of missiles that were coming in. If we don't make sure that that's fully funded, we're going to see an all-out war.
Representative Bynum, continue to supply Israel with the weapons that they need?
I agree.
You agree with that? Yeah. All right. Todd, we have another question.
Yeah, State Rep Bynum, there have been recent allegations of you not reporting a staffer tied to your 22 campaign for sexual harassment. We just want to give you an opportunity to respond to that tonight.
Sure. As a mother, I am deeply concerned when any young person in a workplace has an issue. I'm a mom of kids who are going into the workforce. And so when I was asked to report something, I did to the employer. And the employer is the one that is supposed to be accountable. I expected them to do their work, and I think that this is important. It's not a small thing to experience something negative at work, and I think it's important for the people who are supposed to investigate. This employer was Future PAC. I have every expectation that they will do their jobs.
Should you have done more at the time?
I think I did everything that I could have and was supposed to do. I'm 100% confident in that.
Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, you actually issued a statement after this came out. What do you think now, standing next to Representative Bynum and hearing her explanation of what happened?
Well, I take it, you know, it shocks me actually, because every statement starts with "as a mother." As a mother, if that was your child, you wouldn't stop and hope somebody else took the lead. As a mandatory reporter, and that's the issue here, you know the responsibility of a mandatory reporter. That means you talk to law enforcement and you let them do the investigation. It's not enough to go tell somebody else to do the job. So it doesn't really, A to B, that doesn't work for me. And again, I think it speaks to the failed leadership again, supporting oftentimes the perpetrator as opposed to the victim. I do not find it in the best interest of Oregonians to support the rapist over the victim, to support the rioter over the victims, to support a sexual harassment by teachers to their students and protect the teacher. I do not find it best for Oregonians that she'll protect the perpetrator on this and not the young girl, the girl who came to her and said there's a problem. That to me is a lack of leadership, failed leadership, and it's a disturbing pattern.
You obviously have a rebuttal for that.
Yeah, you have fantasies that I can't help, and she has incorrect information. What I think is really important is that the Congresswoman is attempting again to cover up for the fact that she supports someone who has been credibly accused of sexual assault. She is still attempting to cover up the fact that she's looking away from his 34 felony convictions. As I said before, I'm a mother. This couldn't be closer to my heart.
So you're blaming me. You're blaming me for your failed leadership, and you're blaming me for your lack of reporting?
I'm talking with the moderator. What I think is important is that people who are entrusted to do their job actually do their job. And that is what I asked of the investigation. I have every expectation that they will do what they're supposed to do. I should be able to count on government.
I don't think you came across as well in the second part.
A final question, and for this one, before we get to closing statements, rather, 30 seconds to answer this one.
For both of you, climate change is considered by many to be one of the biggest issues, if not the biggest issue of our time. There's a hurricane that's bearing down on the East Coast right now. Congresswoman, you mentioned earlier that this is something that you have worked on in your time in Congress, but there are members of your caucus who still deny that climate change exists. So I wonder, how do you work with the people who disagree with you on that issue and who are part of your own party?
And again, 30 seconds on this.
Yeah, well, certainly it's an important issue. And if anybody's going to deny that, I think they don't have the facts and figures. We have the data that supports it, and we have
the data.
Policy forward and center forward. So again, I work bipartisan across this. It's important to Oregonians. It's important to young people. I've worked with multiple different energy companies on what that looks like, whether we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about nuclear, we're talking about wind and solar, how important all of that is to make sure that we're addressing not only climate change, but still being able to grow the economy. And we're finally starting to see that convergence together, where this is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. It's something that we want to protect our environment, and I'll continue to work on that.
Representative Bynum.
It couldn't be clearer to me that we're in a climate crisis. In 2020, our family had to escape the wildfires that came within 3 miles of our house. Our children have asthma. The sky was orange. It was an experience that I'll never forget. I think the climate deniers are finally having to come to terms, especially as we look at the hurricane response. And this is something that Republicans have turned a blind eye to over and over again. I don't see any distinction with my opponent.
Now it's time for closing statements. Each candidate will get 1 minute for their closing statement, and the order was decided randomly before this debate began. So, Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, you will go first for your closing statement.
Well, again, thank you to people who are watching. This is an important debate. This is an important seat for Oregon. I am grateful to serve as the Congresswoman. Work hard. I think I stepped up 2 years ago because I promised Oregonians that they could trust me, that I would work hard every single day, that I would focus on the local issues, and that I would fight with integrity. I'm supported by Republicans, Democrats. I have a large labor endorsements with over 20 unions who know that I want to grow this economy, and I also want to make sure that they have fair wages, that they can afford their homes, that they can protect their kids, that they can choose the education system that they want. You know, I've worked and coalesced with a lot of my colleagues here in Oregon as well, working with the other congressmen, because Oregon matters first. And I promised that I would take that story to Washington, D.C., and not vice versa. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to serve every single day. I ask for your vote, and I look forward to serving you again in the 119th Congress.
Representative Bynum, your closing statement.
Thank you for having us both here today. Again, I'm Janelle Bynum. I'm a mother of 4 who loves sports. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm a small business owner and a 4-term state legislator. I'm running because Washington is broken. We have a do-nothing Congress that is producing absolutely nothing for the American people. We have Lori Chavez-DeRemer, who's had an opportunity to bring home things to Oregon that will help our economy, that will help our state, that will help working families. And she's failed to do that. In preparing for tonight's event, I was wondering, would we see the MAGA extremist Lori show up, or the Trump-loving, do-nothing Lori?
Her Trump tactic has worked.
Exactly what showed up, but I know that I am the person that is supported by working families. I'm a champion for them. I'm a champion for children. I'm a champion for Roe. I'm a champion for the environment. And I'm ready to roll my sleeves up and get to work.
Thank you both. And that concludes tonight's debate. I'd like to thank both candidates for being here. Here are some dates that you need to know concerning this election. You have until 1 week from today to register to vote. Ballots will be out later this month, and all ballots must be
to register
by election day to be counted. Election day is November.
So this is really weird. I am moving to a battleground state. Not be there in time to register to vote. Interesting. I have apparently a self-described hacker wanted to taunt a local news station. Very interested in what happens next.
The mystery began here in the offices of ABC7 7 on Your Side when this manila envelope arrived by certified mail addressed to 7 on Your Side.
Letter to a bank.
And inside, a copy of a letter addressed to SoFi Bank from someone claiming to be a hacker named Killian Rose. The hacker said he used someone else's identity to apply for a loan from SoFi and got it.
We didn't know what to make of this letter.
We don't know who it came from, what the intention was, if anything.
Why does this look like it's from the 90s?
The letter said, quote, I was the person who applied for the loan under someone else's name. Sugi Harto. Sorry, Sugi Harto, but my group has a lot of your data. Your good credit makes you an easy target. He went on to boast, you can't catch me.
He was basically daring us to find him.
What really made it seem more serious, though, is that the envelope was just stuffed full of highly detailed, highly sensitive information about this Sugi Harto.
It has his addresses, his social security number, his work history, screenshots from Zooms.
There was a copy of his driver's license.
I uploaded this shit in 480.
And these public records showing Sugi Harto works right here at the University of California at Berkeley.
We weren't sure what to make of this. Was this really a hacker confessing to a crime, or was somebody pulling a prank on us? Did this Sugi Harto even exist?
So we checked the UC Berkeley staff directory, and sure enough, there he was. We called him at work.
It was surreal. It was surreal, for sure.
Sugi told us that indeed, SoFi Bank was insisting he took out a $52,000 personal loan just before Christmas last year. Sugi said he never took out any loan and had been disputing it for weeks.
They said, oh no, there's a personal loan under your name. And I was like, that definitely wasn't me.
Now, on top of worrying about this loan, we showed him this packet and he realized somebody out there had an awful lot of his personal information.
It was creepy, that for sure. The details that is there is mind-boggling. Screenshot from my Zoom call. That was crazy. I mean, we've seen something like this in movies. I mean, that person could literally imposter me to do anything.
It seemed cybercriminals somewhere in the world had compiled a virtual dossier on him that they could use at any moment. So Sugi said he took cover. He closed all of his bank accounts.
Because I'm that scared and I don't want to have a bank account until this is resolved.
The letter said, quote, Sugi Harto, I am sending these statements to a well-known customer advocate in Northern California. ABC7 on your side. If SoFi does not reach out to you, contact ABC7 on your side and make your case public.
We thought this had to be the first time a reported criminal came to 7 on your side asking us to help his victim.
SoFi Bank said it too received the mysterious mailing, but would not say whether it looked into the claims. However, SoFi stood by its decision, rejecting Sugi's dispute. SoFi tells 7 on your side, we conducted a thorough investigation into Mr. Harto's claim of fraudulent activity when he first contacted us regarding his concerns. And throughout each conversation our team has had with him since then, treating this instance as we treat all claims of fraudulent activity with the utmost seriousness and a genuine sense of urgency. And we stand by our initial response to Mr. Harto, who we've reconfirmed was not the victim of identity theft or third-party fraud. SoFi continued to demand Sugi start making loan payments of $2,400 per month. It also sent him this debt collection warning. And in March, a delinquency appeared on Sugi's credit report. Sugi says he didn't know about the loan until January 5th, about 2 weeks after SoFi approved it, when the bank sent him this email. It said, your SoFi personal loan statement is ready.
Check out your loan statement. And I was... What loan statement?
He figured it was a mistake. After all, he says the loan did not show up on his credit report, nor did any credit inquiry from SoFi. So he called the bank.
They were like, you do have an account with us and we are sending you a statement. And I was like, no, it wasn't me.
SoFi agreed to investigate, but later sent him this form letter dated the very same day he'd called. It said the bank finished investigating and found no fraud.
So they opened and closed the investigation in the same day. It should take more than that.
Sugi filed a second dispute, but this time SoFi refused to investigate at all, saying the claim was frivolous.
Banks are definitely supposed to investigate when there's, a fraud accusation.
It's really fact dependent on, what's a diligent investigation.
Experts say California law includes broad protections for identity theft victims.
If you're a victim of identity theft, and an account is opened in your name, you have the right to demand that application so that you can see what information is floating out there and what was used to open that account.
Banks are also required by law to verify the identity of every new client who opens an account, a post-9/11 rule called Know Your Customer. But like many online banks, SoFi's applications are done entirely over the internet.
I do think that this calls into question the security of online banking, right? Because if it was the actual person handing over their documentation, it's a little easier to check that their ID matches the human being in front of them.
SoFi said it does require customers to verify their identity using an electronic identification tool. The process involves uploading a government ID together with a real-time video of the applicant and then verifying that they match. But Sugi said SoFi did not tell him whether it verified the person's identity or how. The only proof it provided was this truth in lending statement and a copy of the loan agreement with this electronic signature at the bottom.
It's not my regular signature, it's not that's for sure.
He says anyone could have forged it. He also showed us his credit reports, which do not show any credit inquiries by SoFi Bank, a standard practice before approving a loan. Sugi says an inquiry would have triggered an alert that someone was opening an account in his name and he could have stopped the loan.
The protection that are supposed to be in place, they are kind of ignored.
The bank says it did pull his credit, though it did not provide Sugi with any proof. In a statement, SoFi said, "We're confident in the fact that our team took all appropriate steps each and every time."
I'm confident in the fact that the bank is in the wrong.
We see no proof of third-party fraudulent activity and no proof of identity theft. We will not be relieving Mr. Harto of the responsibilities he committed to upholding when he personally applied for and accepted the personal loan.
I'm just a family man who tried to be a good person.
Sugi tells us he'd been hosting family members from his homeland in Indonesia over the holidays when he found out about the loan. As he agonized over what to do, he says his brother Rudy tried to help, urging him to report the fraud to authorities. So Sugi filed identity theft reports with the Federal Trade Commission, the police department in Brentwood where he lives, the state attorney general's office, and all 3 credit bureaus. He swore under penalty of perjury on the FTC report that an imposter took out the loan.
That's when 7 on Your Side decided to contact SoFi Bank, asking what evidence it used to identify the person who applied for that loan.
And that's when the story took a dramatic turn.
Renee, I got a big clue from you yesterday.
SoFi told 7 on Your Side it had plenty of evidence showing Sugi took out the loan, not an imposter. Bank officials at SoFi's San Francisco headquarters
let's see this evidence.
tried to go on camera, but in a written statement, SoFi said a man identifying himself as Sugi Harto called in December asking when he'd get the loan money. The bank said a recording of that voice matched a recording of Sugi's voice when he called in January to dispute the loan. SoFi did not provide results of any voice recognition software. Even more compelling, SoFi said it had video of Sugi verifying his identity during the online application process. The bank wrote, "We've retained the video he submitted of himself, which shows him holding the license up with his face in the frame before panning to his computer screen where he was applying for the loan. The man in the video is the same man pictured on his driver's license."
So I asked Sugi, "Did you make such a video?"
It was at that moment, Sugi says, the realization struck like a dagger.
I got a big clue from you yesterday when you mentioned about somebody recording and applying withholding driver license, my driver license. Number one, I never done that.
But he says it suddenly dawned on him who did. He knew the imposter, the real Killian Rose. Sugi said he now realized the thief was his own brother, Rudy. one of the family members who had been visiting from Indonesia over the holidays. Sugi says he and Rudy share a striking resemblance, and they are often mistaken for one another. It was Rudy who had helped him file identity theft reports, and Sugi said he now recalled Rudy did not seem surprised when the Killian Rose packet arrived at ABC7 weeks later.
And he was like, oh, okay. So now, hopefully they will clear you. And I was like, it's not that simple.
One by one, he said the pieces fell into place. Sugi says Rudy had been staying at his Brentwood home in December and January. To make life easier for his guest, Sugi says he let his brother use his home computer, his Chase debit card, and his personal cell phone. Rudy also had access to Sugi's wallet with his driver's license. He says Rudy was alone in the house while Sugi and other family members were skiing in Oregon.
Wow.
The day the loan application was made. Rudy did not return to Indonesia until February, just after the Killian Rose packet was mailed.
I asked him point blank, do you have anything to do with this? His response was, do I need to get a lawyer? I was shocked when he said that because...
Yes, you need to get a lawyer.
I opened my home to him, we close.
We told SoFi Bank Sugi now believed it was his look-alike brother who took out the loan while he was a guest in Sugi's house. Right away, the bank softened its stance a bit, offering to let Sugi open a new claim based on family fraud. Still, all signs pointed to Sugi as the one who took out the loan. Sugi confronted his brother again. He says this time he got answers.
He basically came clean. He did apply under my name. And I asked him, like, why? I mean, why? How were you able to rid me of, stay in my house? He broke down, cried.
Sugi says Rudy told him he'd planned to replace the funds, but lost everything in a cryptocurrency scam. And so to undo the damage by concocting the Killian Rose packet, confessing to the bank, and to 7 on Your Side.
He's like, that's all I could think of if I make you an alibi.
Sugi says he felt torn. His brother may have scammed him, but Rudy will always be his little brother.
I don't know. This is, I don't know where to go from there.
My name is Rudy Yanto. I live in Indonesia. I brother with Sugi Harto.
Rudy Yanto of Indonesia met with 7 on Your Side over Zoom, hoping it could help the brother he allegedly swindled.
Motherfucker has an eye patch now?
America, visit Sugi Harto, my brother. I made mistake.
Rudy tells us he used the identity of his half-brother to apply for a $52,000 loan.
When I spoke with Rudy, he was very nervous. He'd been saying things like, I'm not a criminal, just made a mistake.
I want to make right, help him. I'm not sure how.
Rudy says he poured all of the loan money into a cryptocurrency investment he thought would pay him tens of thousands of dollars, and he'd pay his brother right back. But he says the crypto deal was a scam.
Money gone. Scared. Don't know what to do.
Rudy is wearing an eye patch after an injury he says he got in his new life. He says he's joined a volunteer organization traveling to remote Indonesian villages, teaching math and videography.
I try to be
math and videography?
No more mistake.
Rudy, itu masih nggak jelasin.
Sugi talks with his brother over a spotty Zoom connection, hoping to heal the family rift.
Sugi had been furious with Rudy when he says he realized Rudy was the one who scammed him. But now Rudy was so remorseful and trying so hard to help, things had softened between them.
We are brothers. We close.
Still, the huge debt was looming. Rudy says he had tried before to get Sugi off the hook.
I used a name, Killian Rose.
He said he was the one who mailed this mysterious packet to SoFi Bank and 7 on Your Side in January. Rudy said he had stuffed the packet with Sugi's personal information, hoping to prove someone stole Sugi's identity. Now Rudy has told the bank directly
he a good point, Flo. If he knew math, he would have gotten into crypto.
Sugi, and he wants to pay it back. Slowly. In an email to a SoFi attorney, he said, I applied for a personal loan using my brother information. My brother not know. but I want try to fix this. SoFi did not respond. The bank continues to say it has no reason to believe an imposter took out the loan. All evidence points to Sugi.
I asked SoFi Bank why it ignored Rudy's confession. The bank said it had no comment about his letter.
I need help to tell SoFi.
So in emails to 7 on Your Side, Rudy laid out how he says he fooled the bank one fateful night. He wrote, "Let us get to the point here. I, Rudy Yanto, applied for the loan in SoFi using my brother information. Why?
SoFi.
I need money fast to get money out in a crypto investment I was in. The contact in the crypto, Killian Rose, said to borrow money from family or open a loan. Yes, Killian Rose, the name used in the mystery letter, was the alias he said the alleged crypto scammer was using.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
With so-called Killian Rose over the messaging apps Telegram and WhatsApp, never in person. Rudy said Killian told him he had to deposit $50,000 into his crypto account to unlock the $80,000 he had earned. Rudy says he believed it. But how to get $50,000? Then he says he found his chance. Rudy writes, Sugi and family left for a trip to Oregon on December 18th. Rudy says he was alone in Sugi's house. He wanted to get the crypto money out. He says Killian told him he could easily get an online bank loan. He suggested 2 banks that advertise loans in as fast as 1 day. Rudy writes, Killian gave me idea to try to open loan under Kosugi name. He said, let's try, especially because I had his driver's license, know his social security number, and the bonus is I also look like him. Indeed, Rudy and Sugi bear a striking resemblance.
My God.
He said the first bank rejected his application, so he applied to SoFi. And when it came to ID verification, he had to take a photo of himself and look exactly like Sugi. In an audio call, Rudy told Sugi and 7 on Your Side how he says he did it.
To look like Kosugi, I wore glasses, changed hair to look more bold, look more serious.
Look more bold.
Work. Rudy says he edited portions of Zoom recordings he found on Sugi's laptop and tried to enter them into the verification app.
I have 4 videos in his laptop from some video meeting. I tried more than 3 times, all kinds of my face, his video.
When nothing worked, Rudy said a member of the crypto group came to Sugi's house and hacked into a database containing a security video of Sugi. Rudy claims a recording of that video got through ID verification, and the loan was approved.
Application got okay same day, same night. Killian said to call and ask money arrived when I did, and SoFi said 1 to 2 days.
$52,000 popped into Sugi's Chase account. Rudy says the crypto group encouraged him to go to several Chase branches to withdraw the money.
The group said, no problem, especially I look like Kosugi.
How would he not see the money coming out of his bank?
At the teller's windows using Sugi's driver's license and debit card. He says he deleted bank alerts from Sugi's cell phone, converted the money to Bitcoin, and uploaded it to the crypto group. He writes, the plan, I get money back on December 29th, then return money to Kosugi and tell him everything. He then pay back SoFi. Problem, my crypto investment account closed that night, and I lost all money.
Oh yeah, you did.
Rudy says the stranger who went by Killian Rose took everything. He writes, I have no money, not sure how to explain to Kosugi, so I stay quiet. Rudy says he watched his brother struggle to figure out why a bank thought he took out a loan. He says he helped Sugi file identity theft reports, knowing he was the identity thief. When SoFi rejected Sugi's claim, Rudy said he came up with a plan. He writes, I created the Killian Rose package, trying to help Kosugi. I save his information, hoping SoFi blamed someone else. He says friends from San Francisco helped write a letter to persuade SoFi that a hacker took out the loan, not Sugi. Rudy says he wrote the letter first in Indonesian, then used ChatGPT and Google to translate the text.
And it spit out that letter, supposedly from Killian Rose.
He also said he wanted to make sure SoFi didn't ignore the confession and the fraud would be exposed. He writes, I went online searching for customer help news station. ABC7 came up. So he mailed the packet to SoFi Bank and 7 on Your Side. In emails to Sugi, translated from Indonesian, Rudy said, sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. How could I be tricked like this? It continues to hurt you and your family.
Yeah, he got tricked, okay, but he did it.
Rudy agreed to provide some proof of the fraud, emailing these receipts for thousands of dollars in Bitcoin, allegedly purchased with the loan money in late December, and uploaded to the crypto group. We told SoFi about Rudy's confession. The bank said, we take these allegations incredibly seriously and are eager to receive information verifying Mr. Harto's claims. We look forward to cooperating with law enforcement in any investigation and reviewing any valid leads that can help resolve this matter. SoFi did not directly address Rudy's claims about evading the ID verification, but in a written statement, the bank said, quote, we've retained the original video Mr. Harto submitted during the application process, which includes a live recording of his face, a valid driver's license, and the computer screen where he was applying for the loan. SoFi still has not shown the video to Sugi.
No, I know.
I want to see this video.
Ask SoFi if I can pay back slow.
We can work something out. My family can stay whole.
I pay, not Sugi pay.
But none of that happened. There was no repayment plan, no blame for Killian Rose.
I think we got another fight in our hand.
I don't think you got the 50 grand to pay him back.
SoFi had quietly sold the loan to a debt buyer. Sugi says the bank never notified him.
They were hoping that we'll just quit. I'm not gonna stop fighting for my right. I mean, I don't know when this is gonna end, but I will fight this till the end.
I don't know what right you have. That took a lot of twists and turns. That's what you get tonight instead of a police chase. I'm also going to tell you how you can see the Northern Lights tonight. Aurora Borealis.
With you. I want to talk to you a little bit about something we don't usually see, but there's a chance going into our Thursday evening that you could catch a little display in the sky. What are we talking about? Well, it's right behind me, of course. The Aurora Borealis, as they call them, the Northern Lights, as you probably understand them. You might remember back in the month of May, earlier this year, many months ago, there was a great display and it almost caught a lot of us. Well, it really did catch a lot of us by surprise. This was the view across our Triad area of North Carolina. Most of the country, most of the South even, got good glimpses for the first time in almost a generation of naked eye Aurora Borealis. Those northern lights were really bright at that one point.
I didn't see shit.
Some of these great pictures. Is there a chance that we could see it tonight? Well, it is a chance. It's not a guarantee. It's not a slam dunk by any means. And even if they're there, you might not see them with your naked eye, maybe only the phone, but it's worth looking if this interests you. So we're talking about this evening. If you're watching this video a little bit late, this is for Thursday evening, October the 10th. That's what we're talking about here. And how would you see them? How would you make your chances better to get a good glimpse of the aurora this evening? Well, here's what you would want to do. Again, just a chance of this happening. There's timing involved here. So the way that Northern Lights work is it's all involved with energy traveling from the sun and then kind of reacting with the Earth's magnetic field. So this case, the energy is already there. We just have to wait for it to get dark. Between 7 p.m. and midnight would be your best option.
Right now.
Because after midnight, a lot of that energy from the sun seems like it's going to be starting to decline at that point. So get out there once it gets dark, start looking, and you want to be looking at the north sky, number one. Look north away from your city lights, of course. You want to get away from those city lights, make it as dark as you can, and look toward the north. Also, Don't just rely
Punch
on your
any
eyes.
time zone you're
Of
in.
course
This
you're
is
gonna wanna take
the
pictures.
ideal time.
Bring the phone with you, and even use the phone
Sweet
to help you spot where they might be. You can hold it up to the sky. That night mode should activate. And what the night mode really does, it's a long exposure setting. So it brings in more light into your camera phone in this case, and it allows you to see more than you would otherwise with just your naked eye. So give that a chance. Here's the forecast for this evening. And again, this comes from some of
There you can see the
Space Weather Prediction Center and
most
the University
likely
of Alaska
chance.
in Fairbanks. Kind of a blend between the two opinions here. But they're saying there's a very good chance of aurora happening in the northern part of the country. That makes sense, right? If you're farther north, you have a better chance to see them.
Called the Northern Lights.
Anyway, Canada, of course, would have a great chance as well. Here in the Carolinas and in parts of the South, we're kind of on the edge. So it doesn't mean it's a guarantee around here, but we'll have at least the opportunity to view them. And that's what you'll want to take advantage of. I thought it might be a nice opportunity to kind of explain what these are in the first place. Why do
do it
even happen?
Into it.
This might be educational for you. It sure was for me when I was putting it together. Let's talk about the Earth number one. Of course, we all know about our planet, but you might not remember all of the details about the Earth's magnetic field. We have a magnetic field. It's all related to the poles, and it happens as
I got a poll for you
on both sides of the Earth. Of course, there's also the sun, right? That's what really lights up our world and gives us all of our energy in the first place. Well, in this case, we're going to talk about the energy that comes out from the sun on any given day. This happens all the time. That energy is called the solar wind. And what that really is it's made up of charged particles that come out from the sun and then interact with the Earth's magnetic field. Those could be electrons or protons, if you remember back to chemistry class when you were in high school.
Neutrons.
Those charged particles then
I have no idea.
the shield of that magnetic field, and they have to get deflected a little bit. They go around it instead of going through it. So they actually follow that path and they get directed toward the poles of the Earth. So the North Pole and the South Pole is where a lot of those charged particles end up happening.
I got a poll for you.
Once we get to see those coming in around the poles, those electrons are colliding with molecules that already exist in our atmosphere. That might be things like oxygen or nitrogen or other gases that are out there already. Those collisions, well, they cause some pretty interesting reactions. So those charged electrons hitting up with oxygen or nitrogen, well, that causes some colors, and that's what our eyes see as the northern lights in the first place. And believe it or not, you can kind of tell what's going on by the different colors here and what level those interactions are happening in the Earth's atmosphere. If you're seeing reds, that would be involving oxygen out there, and it would be about 200 kilometers way above our heads, the highest levels if those reds are there. The blues, that would be about 100 to 200 kilometers above the ground, involving nitrogen reactions, and also oxygen would be those greens that you see about 1 to 2.
Clinically.
Well, pinks, they're the closest to the Earth, below 100 kilometers in height. So that's
happy that you are safe.
auroras, and that's what we expect to happen tonight because there's a lot of solar energy coming our way. And this is how the forecasting gets involved in the whole equation. We measure all that solar energy on a 9-point scale. They call it a K index. All you need to know, the bigger the number, the more solar energy, the bigger the geomagnetic,
like this dude,
as they call it, coming our way. If it's 0 to 3, you're not going to see anything, especially down here in the Carolinas. In fact, this map over here kind of gives you a guide. We usually have to have a K index of 8 or higher around here in our part of the country to get a good view. If you live farther north, of course, all you need is maybe a 5 and you'll have a good view of the northern lights. Now we'll get to the forecast part. For today, the K index has been already at an 8. That's very high, and that's why
if any of you are
excited
in the
about
northern part of the country in Canada,
a good chunk of the country.
Right now is the prime time to see the northern lights.
7
if you have a clear
That's
evening.
Why I say once it gets dark, you want to go ahead and take advantage of getting outside and sneaking.
Nature is beautiful. It can wreck your ass like it did with Hurricane Milty yesterday.
And at that point, we probably won't have a chance to see those northern lights anymore. So what
or we can see beautiful shit like this.
With the naked eye, you might only be able to see a bit of a faint glow, but your cameras could capture a little bit more like this. This is from Dwayne Young back in May up in the Stokes County area. You might recognize this. This is the Ashboro Zoo in Randolph County. Our very own
like an elephant.
At News 2 taking that photograph back in May. And another news too here, Michael Radista has taken this photo. That was up by the Lake Jeanette area in Greensboro. And yes, sometimes if it's good enough, you can see it with
DJ.
So we're pretty excited about the potential.
Northern Lights seen in Toronto. Hell yeah.
So just to recap for you, Northern Lights, it's a...
Already pointed this out. Right now is prime time. Anybody that might be in an area where you can see the Northern Lights, here is your animal video of the evening.
Bit by one, but I love them. Okay, go see how nice it is.
Cut coals up.
Look at Charlie, like heard it towards the front door. That's not a bad idea. It moves really fast when he wants. Is it upset? I mean, it's not like happy. Yeah, it's not happy.
Not a happy snake.
That's not bad. Cardboard.
Yeah, there we go.
What's that big enough? It should.
Yeah.
Wow, it seems like they did that really well. Quesadilla, good evening.
Good.
Wow.
294 work, code 5 with one snake.
Code 5 with one snake.
I love snakes. I just don't want to be bit by one.
Yeah.
But I love them. Okay, go see how nice it is.
I didn't know this was a cop's job. It's like an animal control kind of deal going on.
Trying to think. Look at Charlie, like heard it towards the front door. That's not a bad idea. It moves really fast when he wants.
This is a snake.
I mean,
how did they trap it though?
Like, yeah, it's not happy.
Not happy. I'm sorry. This is not. I can't. This is not cuddly animal video. I can't leave you without cuteness. The fake out of it. Nobody better find it stick. I probably won't be around tomorrow. We'll do wrestling and Saturday Night Live on Saturday. Very much looking forward to that. Adorable, isn't it, Snicks? Watching on Twitch, you're going to head over to Time for Tinfoil. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you Saturday night for Saturday Night Live and Classic Wrestling on Twitch.